नमस्कार दोस्तों। अब हम अपना गणेश जी का जाप शुरू करते हैं। ओम गण गणपते नमः। ओम गम 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 गणपते नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारा गणेश जी का जाप समाप्त हुआ। आपका दिन शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को हम समाप्त करते हैं। जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। Welcome, namaskaram. Thank you to every single one of you for being part of this journey. Reaching this milestone is a testament to the incredible community that we are building together. A community driven by curiosity, professional growth, and a desire to understand the intersection of technology, strategy, and the timeless wisdom. From decoding the latest AI trends and the global business shifts to exploring the leadership lessons from Bhagavad Gita and navigating the complexity of the modern corporate world, your engagement with feedback fuel everything we do here at Akulmach Business. So, friends, if you're watching this, you are the part of something very special. Today, we aren't just here to talk business or analyze the latest AI trends. Today, we are here to celebrate. It's right. We have officially crossed 4,000 subscriber milestone here on the Akulmach Business YouTube channel. It's a number that represents so much more than just a digital on screen. It represents 4,000 individual professionals, students, aspiring leaders, and lifelong learners who have chosen to spend their valuable time engaging with our content. We started this platform with a specific vision to build a space where ancient wisdom meets modern strategy. Whether it's decoding the logic of a black hole, understanding the legalities of AI, or applying the timeless verses of Bhagavad Gita to the boardroom leadership, we wanted to create a community that think differently, and seeing 4,000 of you join that mission is quite simply humbling. When we look back at the journey that brought us here, we think about the why. When we launched the channel, we were just a few people with sort of a microphone and a lot of ideas. We wanted to bridge the gap between traditional education and the reality of 2026 business landscape. Think about the variety of topics that we have tackled so far. We have dissected the logistics empire in major corporations. We have analyzed the ethical implications of algorithmic liability. We have sat down to discuss the unshakable CEOs. The common thread of all of it, it's the curiosity. You, our audience, are the ones driving this channel. You are the ones asking the tough questions in the comments, and you are the ones deeper to research harder and to provide more value. We have seen the community grow during some of the most volatile and exciting times in the global market. We have navigated the shifts in the AI sector together, and every single time we hit the publish, we are reminded that there is a hunger for high level intellectual discussions. So, thank you for validating that vision. In the spirit of our channel, I want to bring in a moment of reflection, we talk often about Bhagavad Gita on this channel. One of the core lessons is about detachment from the fruits of action. performing your duty with dedication while remaining centered, regardless of the outcome. That's exactly the philosophy we are trying to apply to Akulmach business. Yes, 4,000 is a fantastic milestone. It is a metric of growth, but for us, the real success isn't the number. It is the quality of the conversions. It is the email that we received from students saying our Gita based leadership video helped them through difficult exams, or professionals who told us our AI market analysis helped them pivot their career. That is the real subscriber count. It's the impact. As we move towards the 5,000 target, we promise to keep that at the core of our operations. We aren't chasing trends just for the sake of clicks. We are chasing clarity, strategic foresight, and wisdom. So, thank you for being the audience that demand that level of depth. So, what does on being behind the scene here in the studio? I think many of you see that final product, but you don't see the late nights of research, the script revisions, the technical challenges, and the constant drive to keep the production quality high. It is intense, but it is incredibly rewarding. Whether it is setting up the masterclass for the live stream beginners courses or producing content about the next lunar mission, our team at Akulmach is obsessed with one thing: how to make complex subject accessible and actionable for you. We have had our challenges, absolutely. There has been a week where the industry changed so fast we had to rewrite the scripts hour before filming, but these challenges have only made us sharper. And your feedback, your support in the comment section, the shares, the likes, that's the fuel that keeps the engine running. So we have hit 4,000 today. Now the question is, what is next? Our target is 5,000, but we aren't just looking at the numbers, we are looking at the roadmap. We have big plans. We are expanding our focus on deep dive business strategy, more framework on how to survive the next generation of AI disruption. We will also focus on space and tech. We are ramping up our coverage on new space race, lunar colonization, and the technology that will define the next decade. We will also look at the educational revolution. We are continuing to work with UPSC aspirants and those looking to reskill in an evolving economy. We have some exciting guests and collaboration in the pipeline that we can't wait to share. The journey to 5,000 is going to be faster, deeper, and more dynamic than ever before. We hope our stay is strapped in for the ride. If you have been with us since the beginning, thank you. If you are new to Akulmach Business family, welcome. We are so glad that you are here. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit the button and join us. And for everyone, the best way you can help us reach our next target for 5,000 is to share your favorite video from our channel with with one colleague or friend who might find it valuable. Let's keep growing, let's keep learning and keep leading. Once again, thank you all for 4,000 subscription. We'll see you very soon in the next one, my friends. Bye for now. 6,000 meters below the ocean surface lies a treasure chest that could decide the future of the global power. India is diving into the abyss with Samudrayan mission to seize cobalt and nickel reserves hidden in the seabed. Is this a brilliant leap for mineral sovereignty or a dangerous environmental gamble? Let us discuss this further. Namaskaram, friends. You are welcome on this particular podcast. 6,000 years back and 6,000 meters below the surface of the ocean lies a world more alien than Mars. Down here, there is no sunlight. The pressure is crushing 600 times greater than the sea level, what we find at the sea level, and temperatures hover just above freezing. Yet, scattered across this pitch black abyssal plain is literally treasure chest. Trillions of potato sized black lumps of material resting on the mud. They are called polymetallic modules. Inside them is a cocktail of the world's most sought after resources, which are cobalt, nickel, copper, and manganese. These are the building blocks of the green energy revolution. Without them, your smartphone doesn't charge, electric vehicles stay parked, and the global decarbonization stalls. And right now, a high stake, ruthless geopolitical race is underway to claim them. While the world's eye has been fixed on space exploration, a new space race is happening underwater, and India is executing a brilliant high stake maneuver to outsmart its greatest strategic rival, and that is China. To understand why India's deep sea mission is keeping Beijing awake at night, you have to look at China's absolute dominance over the critical minerals. For decades, China executed a masterclass in economic geopolitics and geography as well. It didn't just mine its own rare earth, it systematically bought up or secured processing rights for mines across Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. Today, China controls a staggering monopoly on the refining of critical minerals like cobalt, graphite, and rare earth elements. It's a geopolitical chokehold. If the Beijing decides to switch off the supply of these minerals to the West or rest of the world, to India, the modern high-tech industries and the defense manufacturing grind to a halt overnight. But China's ambition didn't stop on land. Recognizing that territorial mines are finite, Beijing turned its gaze towards the seabed. Through the International Seabed Authority (ISA), the UN body that regulates the world's ocean, China secured multiple exploratory contracts in the Pacific and Indian Ocean. They developed massive robotic crawlers designed to vacuum up the seabed. For a long time, it looked like Beijing was destined to own the future of deep sea mining uncontested. But now, New Delhi has started some new plans. India realized that controlling the future means controlling the floor of the ocean, sitting right in its own backyard. Enter the Deep Ocean Mission, spearheaded by the Indian Ministry of Earth Sciences, its crown jewel project known as Samudriyaan, which literally translates to craft of the sea. India isn't just sending remote drones down into the abyss, it is sending humans. Meet Matsya 6000, India's first indigenous manned deep sea submersible. Built in close collaboration between the National Institute of Ocean Technology (NIOT) and ISRO's Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. This engineering marvel is designed to carry three aquanauts down to mind-boggling depth of 6,000 meters. Think about that for a second. The pressure down there is so intense that it can crush a standard submarine like a tin can. To survive it, the crew sphere is constructed from a special titanium alloy forged using high penetration electron beam, and that is a special kind of welding developed by Indian Space Agency. With this capability, India is joining an exclusive elite club of nations, which is US, United States, Russia, France, Japan, and China, that possesses manned deep sea exploration technology. Following the successful shallow water demonstration and the uncrewed deep water trials of the advanced autonomous underwater vehicle like OME 6000, India's trajectory is moving at the lightning speed. In August 2025, Indian aquanauts made history by completing a deep dive, and the momentum is building towards fully crewed deep sea operation. While India is investing billions of rupees into this pitch black world, the answer lies in a massive 75,000 square kilometer plot in the central Indian Ocean Basin. And in short, this is known as CIOB. Back in 1987, India became a pioneer as the world's first registered pioneer investor in deep sea mineral exploration. Decades of patience have paid off. The International Seabed Authority allocated India this exclusive zone, which scientists estimate holds roughly 380 million tons of polymetallic modules. Let's break down these numbers inside this single zone. 4.7 million tons of nickel, 4.3 million tons of copper, over half a million tons of cobalt, nearly 93 million tons of manganese. Experts calculate that if India can successfully extract over 10% of these mineral resources, it could satisfy the country's energy and the technological needs for over a century. In an era where global supply chains are weaponized, holding your own endless supply of critical battery material is the ultimate national security insurance policy. But this isn't just about economics. It's a brilliant geopolitical checkmate. For years, Beijing has tried to expand its footprint into the Indian Ocean through ports, debt trap diplomacy, naval patrols, a strategy often called the string of pearls. By aggressively mastering deep sea exploration, mining technology, and oceanographic research in its own maritime backyard, India is stamping its undeniable authority over the Indian Ocean. New Delhi is sending clear message. This is our home basin and we dictate the technological and security standards here. While China tries to project power thousands of miles from its shore, India is digging up the very floor of its namesake ocean to secure its economic destiny. Yet, every giant leap comes with a dark shadow. Is this brilliant mineral sovereignty or a dangerous environmental gamble? The environmentalists across the globe are sounding the alarm, scraping the heavy robotic vehicles across the pristine abyssal plain can destroy fragile ancient ecosystem that took millions of years to form. It kick up the massive sediment plume that can choke the deep sea marine life and disrupt carbon cycle we barely understand. India's leadership insists that the deep ocean mission is built on sustainable principles aligning with the global framework like the UN Sustainable Development Goal 14. But balancing the ruthless hunger for green technology, minerals with the preservation of the deep ocean in the ultimate is the ultimate tightrope walk of our century. The treasure hunt is on. 6,000 meters below the waves, the battle for the 21st century global power balance is being fought in total silence. What do you think? Is deep sea mining a necessary leap for humanity or a Pandora's box we shouldn't open? Let me know in the comments below and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the global geopolitics and technology. Thanks for watching, friends, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. In an era of market volatility, economic uncertainty, and the rapid digital transformation, what separates the good CEOs from the great one? It isn't just a strategy, it is a leadership resilience. To answer this question, in this video, we explore a transformative lesson from Bhagavad Gita, which is basically, like a master class for the modern executive. While often interpreted spiritually, this profound verse hold the secret to modern executive performance. And we will also break down how the principle of the unchanging self applies directly to business decisions making and helping CEOs. Let's go. Friends, the noise never stops. quarterly projections, disruptive competitors, supply chain fractures, boardroom pressures, the relentless ping of notifications. If you are a CEO or a business leader, your reality is defined by a constant high frequency hum of volatility. We are told that to lead is to react. We are told to be successful executive, you must be a hyper vigilant, that you must be shaken by every market dip, every negative review, and every shift in the economic tide. But what if I told you that the most effective leaders in history don't react to noises? What if they operated from a place that the noise is couldn't be reached? Today we are looking at a masterclass in executive leadership and executive stability. We are looking at a lesson from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 25, that serves as a profound psychological framework for the modern CEO. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel and also what kind of people are watching our content. Alright, now let's look at the verse. And the quote starts, knowing that the self is invincible, inconceivable, and unchangeable, you should not lament for the body. Now let's strip away the classical context for a moment and look at this as an executive strategy. The body here represents the fragile external elements of your business. It is the P&L statement that fluctuates. It is the stock price. It is the office space, the product launch, and that product launch can hit a snag. The employee turnaround rate as well. These are the body. They are the material, temporary, and ultimately they are subject to decay and change. Most CEOs spend 100% of their mental bandwidth lamenting the body. When the numbers are down, they panic. When the project fails, they internalize it as a loss of identity. But the verse calls us to focus on the self. In a business context, the self is your core vision. It is the why behind your organization. It is the intangible, unchangeable mission that exists regardless of whether this quarter's growth is 2% or 20%. Now you might ask, if I don't lament, if I don't get stressed, do I stop caring? Well, absolutely not. This is where the misunderstanding of detachment happens. In the corporate world, we often confuse anxiety with diligence. We think that if we aren't losing sleep, we aren't actually working hard enough. But anxiety actually clouds your cognitive ability. It creates tunnel vision. The Gita teaches detachment, which is decisiveness. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot be paralyzed by the fear of the patient's physical pain, or they cannot perform the operation. They must be present, they must be focused, and they must be detached enough to remain precise. As a CEO, your operation is your strategy. When you view your business challenges as things that are external to your core identity, things that are inconceivable in the sense that they are too complex to control entirely, you stop being a victim of the circumstances. You become the observer of the circumstance. So, this is where it ends, the whole learning from this particular verse. Big question is, how do we apply this in a Monday morning boardroom? And I would like to suggest 3 steps for you. First, self-audit, which essentially means recognize the noise. So before you make a high-stake decisions, please pause. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the self, the long-term mission, or am I reacting to the body, the immediate transient fear? If you are reacting to the body, you are likely operating from a place of panic. Number 2, practice radical acceptance. The verse says the self is unchangeable. Accept that the market is changing. Accept that the body of your business will go through cycles. When you accept that flux is the nature state of business, you stop lamenting it. You stop fighting reality and start working with it. Number three, lead from the core. When you're when you make decisions from your core values, your leadership becomes predictable to your team. An unshakable CEO provides a gravitational pull. If you are rattled, your team is rattled as well. If you are anchored in the unchanging mission, your team will feel that stability. So in the end, you're not your market share. You're not your revenue growth for the current quarter. You are the architect of a vision that is intended to outlive the temporary body of your current struggles. So, if you can master the ability to see the chaos as something that is passing while your core vision remains invisible and unchangeable, you don't just survive the volatility, you transcend it. You become an unshakable CEO. So, friends, next time you face a crisis, don't look for someone to blame. Don't look for a way to hide. Look at the noise. Acknowledge it for the temporary ripple that it is, and then get back to leading from your center. So, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. Lead well, and I will catch you again in the next one. Traditional chemical engineering and the global supply chain are about to become obsolete as the biological foundries takes over the world stage. By merging genomic sequencing with scalable production, synthetic biology is erasing geopolitical boundaries and redefining the industrial dominance. This isn't just a new market, it's a total replacement of how every market is going to change in next few years. Let's go and understand this in much more detail. Namaskaram friends, you're most welcome. For the past 50 years, we have lived under a singular rule, which is silicon is the king. Software ate the world. Microchips built empire worth $3 trillion. We watched the garage startup transform into global leviathan simply by writing lines of code that rearrange electrons. But look closer at the horizon. The era of the pure digital optimization is hitting a wall. We have optimized the screen, the algorithm, and the cloud. Yet humans still live in physical world. Every bottle you drink, from every or every shirt that you wear, every gram of plastic, every drop of fuel, and every medicine you take is manufactured through a system that belongs to the 19th century heavy chemical engineering, fossil fuel, and its extraction, and fragile continent spanning supply chain. We strip mine the earth, heat it up, and push chemicals through high temperatures, high pressure cathedrals of steel just to make everyday goods. It is inefficient, it is dirty, and it is about to become entirely obsolete. Because the next trillion-dollar company will not be a software giant. It will not build microprocessors out of sand. The next tech giant is going to be a biotech firm, and the next trillion-dollar company is entirely biological. To understand why, you have to look at what traditional chemical engineering actually is. It's a brute force approach. If you want a specific polymer, a nylon thread, or a targeted solvent, you take crude oil, heat it up to extreme temperatures, add toxic catalyst, and hope you will get a high enough yield. It requires massive capital expenditures, constant geopolitical maneuvering over oil fields, and carbon footprint that modern economies can no longer sustain. Now look at the nature. Nature doesn't use high pressure oil cracking. Nature programs cells using four letter alphabets, which is A, T, C, G. For billions of years, cellular life has been the ultimate manufacturing platform. A single yeast cell or even E. coli bacteria can assemble complex protein, intricate molecular structures, and the complex material with atomic precisions at room temperature using water and sugar as fuel. For a long time, we couldn't harness this. Biology was too complex, too unpredictable, and too slow to read. But it is not like this anymore. Over the past decade, the cost of reading and writing DNA has plummeted at a rate that makes Moore's law look sluggish. Sequencing a human genome used to cost billions of dollars and take years. Today, it takes hours and costs less than a smartphone. We have transitioned from reading biology to writing it. Synthetic biology has turned living cell into programmable hardware. You don't build a factory anymore. You write software codes, print synthetic DNA, insert it into the chassis of organisms, and let cellular replications do the heavy lifting. Just as the software foundries or server farms powered the cloud revolution, biofoundries are the industrial backbone of the biological century. These are automated facilities running on design, build, test, learn cycles. Instead of engineers tweaking pipes and valves, machine learning models and artificial intelligence design completely novel genetic circuits. Robot assembly synthetic genes at micro scales, insert them into microbes, and test millions of variants simultaneously in automated bioreactors. This is where the paradigm flip is going to happen. A traditional chemical plant makes one thing in one location using one toxic feedstock. A biofoundry can pivot overnight. Want to brew a spider silk protein for aerospace application on Monday? You change the genetic sequence. Want to produce sustainable jet fuel from agriculture waste on Tuesday? You swap the microbe. Want to manufacture high purity medical enzyme or alternative protein on Wednesday? It is a software update for life. This changes the geopolitical map entirely. Right now, nations are locked in trade wars over semiconductor, fabrication plants, rare earth minerals, and shipping lanes. Synthetic biology erases geopolitical boundaries. Why fight over oil supply lines when you can grow your nation's fuel, material, and medicines locally inside modular bioreactors? Every country, every city, and eventually every major enterprise can become its own manufacturer. Supply chain shrinks from 10,000 miles to footprint of the local facility. Some critics say, sure, biotech is great for medicine, but how does it build a tech giant? The answer is simple. Biotech is not a market segment. It's a total replacement for how every physical product on earth is being made. Think about the sheer scale of the industries which are ripe for disruption. First is material and textiles. Traditional fashion is one of the most polluting industry on earth. Synthetic biology allows us to grow high performance fabric, self healing construction material, and biodegradable packaging directly from engineering the fungi and the bacteria. Next is agriculture and food. Moving away from land intensive livestock and chemical fertilizers towards precision fermentation, creating exact molecular replica of the food, nutrient, and compound without single acre of clear cut forest is going to be remarkable. Next is energy and chemicals. Producing drop-in hydrocarbons, renewable chemicals, and green solvent that slot directly into existing industrial infrastructure without the petroleum baggages. When you control the platform that builds everything, you don't just capture a market, you own the underlying infrastructure of this civilization. Apple captured the digital surface, Amazon captured the digital marketplace. The next giant will capture the biological source code of the physical reality. We are standing on the exact same precipice that computing pioneers stood in the late 70s. Back then, mainframes were massive, expensive, and reserved for governments and mega corporations. People laughed at the personal computers. Today, we look at the biological engineering the same way as the medical tool, a lab curiosity, a niche science experiment. We are blind to the scale of what is coming. The company is scaling DNA assembly, perfecting AI driven protein folding, and building the infrastructure of the bioeconomy are laying the foundation for the next multi trillion dollar monopolies. The world's next tech giant isn't coding software on a screen. They are writing code into life itself. The race has already begun. So, friends, what do you think about this new tech which is going to affect all of us? Do send in your comments in the comment section below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Ever wondered why you possesses a specific personality trait, strength, and struggles that defines you? In this video, we dive into the profound wisdom as guided by Bhagavad Gita. There are several shlok, but we will actually examine one of the shlok which unveils the source code of human existence, explaining that every quality we see in humanity, from intelligence, knowledge, and courage to fear, sorrow, and even infamy, originates from a single divine source. By exploring this ancient perspective, you will gain a new understanding of the nature of the universe and your place within the grand designs. We break down the complex list of qualities mentioned in the verse and discuss how realizing their origin can help you cultivate inner peace, equanimity, and self awareness in your daily life. Let's go. Have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, why am I this way? Why do you feel intense joy one day and profound sorrow the very next day? Why do you have the courage to face a challenge yet feel paralyzed by a sudden, irrational fear? We often think our personality is just a random collection of habits and experience. But what if there was a blueprint? What if the entire spectrum of human experience, the light and the shadow, the brilliance and the failures, wasn't just you, but a reflection of the very nature of the universe? Today we are decoding one of the most profound verses in the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, verse 5. It is quite literally the source code of human existence. So in chapter 10, Bhagwan Krishna is revealing his vibhuti, his divine manifestation. He is explaining that he is not just a distant force, but the active underlying reality behind everything we perceive. The verse reads like this, and the quote starts: intelligence, knowledge, clarity of thoughts, forgiveness, truthfulness, sense control, mind control, joy, sorrow, birth, death, fear, courage, non-violence, equanimity, contentment, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. These diverse quality of living beings are created by me alone. And the quote close. So when you look at this list, you'll see a paradox. Most spiritual teaching tells you to seek joy and avoid sorrow. But here, Bhagwan Krishna says both come from the same source. This is a massive shift in perspective. It suggests that your entire emotional and psychological landscape is not an accident. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break this down. Bhagwan Krishna lists 20 qualities. Think of these as the primary color of the human consciousness. The intellectual cluster. Let's start with this. The intelligence, knowledge, clarity. These are the tools we use to navigate the material world. Next is the moral cluster, which is forgiveness, truthfulness, non-violence. These are the traits of stabilized society. Next is the emotional duality cluster. This is the most fascinating part. Joy and sorrow, birth and death, fear and courage, fame and infamy. We would, why would their divine claim to be the source of infamy or fear? This is the crux of the hidden blueprint. The universe is a playground of duality. You cannot understand the concept of courage if you have never experienced fear. You cannot appreciate joy without the contrast of sorrow. By acknowledging that all these states arise from the same divine source, you stop labeling your emotions as good or bad. Instead, you begin to see them as weather patterns of the soul. They are transient state that passes through the framework of your being. So, how do we, use this? If you are having a bad day, if you are feeling sorrow, fear, or lack of contentment, don't panic. According to this verse, those feelings are not wrong. They are part of the spectrum of the human experience, and that is allowed to exist as well. The secret is to move from being the experiencer to the observer. When you realize that your intelligence and your fear both come from the same ultimate source, you create a gap. In that gap, you find peace. You stop fighting your own mind. You start accepting the full, vibrant, and messy spectrum of the human life as it is, rather than how you wish to wear it, right? Now, this is the ultimate form of mind control, not suppressing the emotion, but recognizing its source. You're not just your thoughts, and you're not just your emotions. You are the canvas upon which these 20 qualities are painted. Understanding this blueprint changes how you interact with the world. You become more forgiving because you understand that everyone else is also playing out these same qualities. You become more equanimous because you now know that every high and every low is just a part of a grand design. And friends, I want you to think about the quality from that list today. Just one of them, maybe one you have been struggling with. How does your perspective changes if you see it in not as a flaw but as a thread in the blueprint of your existence? So do let me know if you have any questions. We can discuss this further as well on one-on-one basis. All right, friends. So we have come to the end. Before I close this live stream, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. and also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आपने डेमस्कस की प्रसिद्ध तलवारों के बारे में तो जरूर सुना होगा, लेकिन अगर मैं आपको बताऊं कि डेमस्कस की प्रसिद्ध तलवारों जिस मटेरियल से बनाई गई थी वो डेमस्कस का था ही नहीं। वे दक्षिण भारती की तपती भट्टियों में जन्मी थी और इतिहास की किताबें कहती हैं कि युद्ध तकनीक में पश्चिम सबसे आगे था। लेकिन सच्चाई सिल्क रूट की मिस्टीरियस साउथ इंडियन स्टील व्यापार श्रृंखला में छुपा है। मध्यकालीन यूरोप की सैन्य ताकत असल में उस रहस्यमयी दक्षिण भारतीय स्टील पर निर्भर थी जो सदियों तक पश्चिम लोहे से कहीं बेहतर साबित हुआ। वैज्ञानिकों ने अब इसके यूनिक मॉलिक्यूलर सिग्नेचर के रहस्य को सुलझा लिया है। उन्होंने पाया कि स्टील की अनोखी संरचना तमिलनाडु की प्राचीन वर्कशॉप से जुड़ी हुई थी। इसका मतलब कि यूरोप के महान योद्धा अपनी तलवारों के लिए भारतीय धातु कला पर निर्भर थे। ये सिर्फ व्यापार नहीं था बल्कि एक प्राचीन हाईटेक हथियारों की दौड़ थी जिसने दुनिया का इतिहास बदल दिया। अब हम उस खोई हुई विज्ञान की गहराई में उतर रहे हैं दैट रीरोट द ग्लोबल हिस्ट्री। और यह हिस्ट्री शुरू होती है तमिलनाडु वर्कशॉप की मेटलर्जी से, जिसने दुनिया की पहली सुपर पावर संघर्ष को जन्म दिया। तो चलिए जानते हैं इसके बारे में। और मेडिवल युद्ध एक इनविजिबल फाउंडेशन पे टिका था और वो था स्टील की क्वालिटी। तलवारों की टकराहट और कवचधारी योद्धाओं की गड़गड़ाहट के पीछे एक छुपा सच था। और अधिकतर यूरोपीय तलवारें नाजुक हुआ करती थी, युद्ध की गर्मी से टूट जाती थी। द मिथ ऑफ यूरोपियन ब्लैकस्मिथ सुपीरियरिटी वाज अ कंफर्टिंग इल्यूशन। लेकिन क्रूसेडर युद्ध भूमि पर सच्चाई सामने आई। Against the curved sabers of East, forged from the mysterious steel that seemed unbreakable, के सामने यूरोप की का जो लोहा था कांच की तरह चटक जाया करता था। यह प्रसिद्ध धातु डेमस्कस स्टील कहलाती है। सदियों तक इसके चारों ओर there was an aura of mystery। ये तलवारें कमजोर तलवारों को काट सकती थी, बिना टूटे झुक सकती थी और इतनी धारदार रहती थी कि बाल तक को चीर दे। और मेडिवल इतिहासकारों को ये लगभग जादुई सा लगता था। लेकिन इसका रहस्य डेमेस्कस में नहीं था, नॉर इन द हैंड्स ऑफ सीरियन स्मिथ। असली रहस्य था दक्षिण भारत के आयात किए गए वुड स्टील के इन गोट्स में। These crucible forged lumps of carbon rich steel contained microstructure that modern science still marvel at. Pattern of carbon nanotubes and crucible and carbide networks जो इन्हें इन तलवारों को मजबूत और टिकाऊ बनाते थे। और ये कहानी दो दुनियाओं को जोड़ने की है। एक और यूरोप के क्रूसेडर युद्ध, कवच पहने घोड़े पर सवार जिनकी तलवारें अक्सर धोखा दिया करती थी, और दूसरी ओर प्राचीन तमिलनाडु की वर्षा भीगी वर्कशॉप जहां आर्टिशंस perfected the art of smelting iron ore with the plant-based carbon in sealed crucibles. और इन्हीं भट्टियों में वुड स्टील के इनगोट्स बने और जो समुद्रों और रेगिस्तानों को पार कर कर मेडिवल दुनिया की सबसे चाही जाने वाली तलवारों में बदल गए, वहां ढल गए। तो फ्रेंड्स, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं। इससे हमें ये समझने में मदद मिलेगी कि हमारा चैनल कितनी दूर तक पहुंच रहा है। तो चलिए अब चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। डेमेस्कस स्टील नाम खुद एक ऐतिहासिक भ्रम था। डेमेस्कस असल में एक व्यापारिक केंद्र था। जी हाँ, सीरिया का डेमेस्कस एक जाना माना शहर था और एक व्यापारिक केंद्र था जहां ये तलवारें भी खरीदी और बेची जाती थी। लेकिन इनका निर्माण वहां नहीं होता था। असली स्रोत दक्षिण भारत की खदानों और वर्कशॉप में था। फिर भी ये नाम चल पड़ा और तमिल मेटलर्जी या धातु कला की प्रतिभा एक सीरियन नाम के पीछे छुप गई। दुनिया ने इसे डेमेस्कस स्टील कहा, पर वास्तव में यह भारतीय स्टील था। भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी जिसे मेडिवल ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी को मजबूती दी। इस व्यापार का आर्थिक असर बहुत गहरा था। भारतीय वुड स्टील की इनगोट्स अब अरब के व्यापारियों के जरिए वेस्ट तक पहुंची और दे बिकेम द बैकबोन ऑफ ट्रांस कॉन्टिनेंटल आर्म्स इंडस्ट्री। यूरोपियन योद्धा, उस्मानी सैनिक और फारसी सेनाएं सब इन तलवारों पर निर्भर थी जिनकी ताकत इंडियन ओर से आती थी। और एक तरह से मध्यकालीन युद्ध का संतुलन भारतीय धातुकारों की छिपी मेहनत से तय होता था। उनका ज्ञान, कार्बन की मात्रा का नियंत्रण करना, क्रूसिबल स्टील को शुद्ध बनाना, असल में शक्ति की अदृश्य मुद्रा थी। ये सिर्फ वस्तुओं का व्यापार नहीं था, बल्कि विचारों का, टेक्नोलॉजी का आदान प्रदान भी था, जिसने युद्ध भूमि पर जीवित रहने की संभावनाएं तय की जाती थी। इस व्यापार का विश्लेषण करने से पता चलता है कि मेडिवल दुनिया कितनी गहराई से जुड़ी थी इन सारे इंडियन जो स्टील के साथ, इंडियन ओर के साथ। और उस समय की ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी यूरोपियन वर्कशॉप पे नहीं थी, बल्कि भारतीय खदानों पर टिकी थी। दक्षिण भारत का क्रूसिबल स्टील साम्राज्य को आकार देने वाला एक मौन शक्ति थी, साइलेंस स्ट्रेंथ जिसे कहा जा सकता है। ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि इतिहास अक्सर युद्धों और राजाओं की भाषा में लिखा जाता है, लेकिन इसके पीछे कारीगरों की शांत प्रतिभा होती है, जिसका असर महाद्वीपों में और सदियों तक फैला रहता है और आगे भी फैलता है। डेमेस्कस स्टील की कहानी सिर्फ अजीब तलवारों की नहीं है। इट्स अ स्टोरी अबाउट ऑडेसिटी ऑफ लाइफ एंड क्राफ्ट। कैसे तमिलनाडु का ज्ञान यूरोप के योद्धाओं की किस्मत बदल गया। ये व्यापार और तकनीक के पीछे पुलों की कहानी है, ब्रिजेस की कहानी है, जहां पे दो सभ्यताओं को, दो कॉन्टिनेंट्स को जोड़ा, जो मानसून से भीगे जंगलों को क्रूसेड किलों से जोड़ते थे। और ये स्थायी सत्य की कहानी है कि इनोवेशन वेयर एवर इट अराइज, इसकी लहरें पूरी दुनिया को बदल सकती हैं। अब इस पूरे डिस्कशन के अंत तक हम पहुंच चुके हैं। आपसे निवेदन है कि आप इस विषय पर अगर आपकी कोई राय है तो उसको जरूर साझा कीजिए। इसके अलावा कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब भी कीजिएगा। मैं आपसे मिलती हूँ बहुत जल्दी एक नए डिस्कशन के साथ। तब तक अपना ध्यान रखिए एंड सी यू इन नेक्स्ट वन। बाय बाय।
Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Have you ever wondered why even the most brilliant CEOs fall for the shiny object syndrome? The truth is, your intelligence isn't the problem, it is the magnetic pull of the environment around you. In this video, we explore a timeless wisdom as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. We will try and break down the sensory object of the modern business world, market noise, endless data, and competing trends that can override even the most disciplined mind. Let's go. You have the vision, you have the resources, you have the team. By all accounts, you are operating at the highest level of your career. But at the end of the day, there is this nagging, persistent feeling. The feeling that, despite all your talent, you are being pulled in thousand different directions. You sit down to work on your long term strategy, and within 10 minutes, you are checking a competitor's latest move. You are replying to an email about the minor HR issues. You are doom scrolling through the industry trends. We call this multitasking or being agile. But deep down, you know the truth. You are getting distracted full time. And here is the most frustrating part. You are intelligent enough to know that you should be focusing. You have the capacity to discriminate between the important and what is noise. So, why does the noise win almost every time? Today, we are going to look at the answer to this question not from the modern management book, but from a 5,000-year-old source, which is called Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2, verse 60. This isn't just philosophy, it is a masterclass in behavioral psychology for the modern leaders. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue. Let's look at the verse. It's incredibly blunt. It says, and the quote starts, the sensory object being immensely powerful can even drag the mind of such a person who has the ability to discriminate. And the quote close. In the context of Gita, the sensory object are everything in the physical world that compete for your attention. For the ancient warrior, this might have been a allure of fame, the noise of battlefield, or the temptation of the comfort. But for you, the CEO, the sensory objects are the notification bells, the real-time stock market data, the urgency of the client's email, and the endless stream of next big things in technology. The Gita makes it very specific, uncomfortably observation. This is quite, frankly, very, very clear. It says this happens even to the person who has the ability to discriminate. In business terms, this means you have a high IQ, you have experience, you have the wisdom to discern between a distraction and an opportunity. And yet, the verse warns that the intelligence alone is not enough to stop you from being dragged away. Why? Because those distractions are designed to be immensely powerful. They are engineered to bypass your logic and hit your primal need for stimulation, for relevance, and for safety. If you feel like you're losing the battle for your own attention, stop blaming your willpower. Modern neuroscience backs up the Gita, wrote millennia ago. Your brain has a prefrontal cortex, the seat of your discrimination, your long term planning, and your strategy. This is where your CEO brain lives. But you also have a limbic system, the emotional, reactive part of your brain that seeks immediate gratification. When you get a notification, when you see a market crash headline, or when a competitor pivot, your limbic system interpret that as an immediate threat or an immediate reward. It is a biological, drag. The Gita tells us that these objects are immensely powerful, and they are designed by the world's brightest engineers to trigger a dopamine response in you. You are literally fighting a biological battle every single day. And if you think you can simply you have the will yourself to ignore the noise, you are underestimating the enemy. That is why, we see a brilliant CEO who spend their morning doing deep work, but by 2 p.m., they are completely reactionary, fighting fires, and don't actually move the needle on their vision. So the intelligence isn't enough. What is then? The verse mentions the ability to discriminate, and in Sanskrit, this is called viveka. This is the ability to see things as they really are, not as they appear. To master your mind, you have to move from being an observer of distraction to being an architect of your environment. You cannot outsmart a system designed to distract you. You have to opt out of the system. And here is how you apply this. Number one, acknowledge the power. Stop telling yourself, I will just check this one thing. Acknowledge that the notification, the email, the trend, it is designed to drag you. Treat it with respect, as you would actually respect your competitor. Define your sensory objects. This is number two. Identify your specific triggers. Is it the real time Slack feed? Is it the Twitter or X feed? Is it the urgent emergency meeting? You need to categorize these as well. The discrimination pause. When you feel the pull, the Gita suggests a moment of reflection. Before you click, before you switch task, ask, is this moving the needle on the vision, or is this just satisfying a sensory crave for input? That momentary pause is where your power lies. It is a gap between the stimulus and the response. The most successful leaders that I have studied who truly change the world aren't necessarily the ones with the highest IQ. They are the ones with the highest focus. They have mastered the art of monotasking. They have created a fortress around the deep work. They understand their most valuable asset is not their capital, their brand, or their data. It is their attention. When you constantly distract, you are giving away your attention for free. You are letting the sensory object of the marketplace dictate your reality. But when you reclaim your focus, you regain your sovereignty as a leader. You aren't just reacting to the market anymore, you are creating it. You aren't just putting out fires, you are building the future. Remember, Gita doesn't say that the sensory object will stop existing. The market will always be noisy. The news will always be urgent. The distraction will always be there. The promise isn't that the world will become quiet. The promise is that you will become unshakable. So, as you go back into your work today, I want you to practice that one thing, the pause. When you feel the urge to drift, please pause. Discriminate. Choose your focus. You are a capable person leading with clarity even in the midst of the chaos. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective helped you shift your mindset, please subscribe. Let's build something meaningful and let's keep your eye on the horizon. See you in the next one. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. That President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you're left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey, but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time; it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months. It can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct Mars mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. by cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
And welcome to the tarot reading domain. The key to your permanent home are written in the energetic architecture of your timeline. Waiting to be unlocked? We are now moving beyond the guesswork to interpret the concrete acquisition date through the advanced timing card and seasonal shift. Imagine knowing the precise moment your dream of home ownership transition from a vision into a physical reality. So by resolving the stagnant cycle and decoding your unique energetic signature, we are revealing the timeline for your final property manifestation. So don't leave your future century to chance when the dates are already set. So just watch this video till the end because you will come to know about the tarot card which make this happen for you. There comes a moment in every dreamer's life when the idea of home stops being just a place and start feeling like a destiny. A first home isn't merely bricks and beams. It is the echo of your heartbeat in a space that finally belongs to you. And today we turned the tarot and we'll find out not for the fortune but for rhythm to trace that timeline of your journey towards that sacred threshold. So the cards unfold like chapters of the story. Like, for instance, we'll take a four of wands, rises fast and simmering with celebration and stability. It whispers that the foundation of your home begin not with money but with the alignment. When your inner world feels steady and the outer world mirror it. And this card often appears 6 to 12 months before a major milestone, suggesting that the groundwork for your first home is already being laid in unseen ways. Now, the next comes the Knight of Pentacles, slow, deliberate. He represents the patience, the planning, and the long road of saving and preparation. His message is clear. Your timeline isn't delayed. It is being refined. So every coin saved, every decision weighed, it is a part of architecture of your future. And this phase may stretch across a year or two, but it's fertile. And the kind of waiting that builds strength rather than frustration. So friends, if you have reached this far, please also tell us that from which city you are watching this video. That will help us to find out the reach of our channel, and also we can address you and we can tell you how to be part of a live streaming of live reading, tarot reading. Now let's continue with our discussion. Now, the third card, which generally comes in this whole manifestation, is the Wheel of Fortune. And this card marks the unexpected, a sudden opportunity, a shift in career, or a chance encountered that changes your financial landscape. It is often signaled that the universe will open doors when you least expect it. So if you have not been manifesting or visualizing your home, this is the moment when those intentions begin to crystallize. The wheel's rotation suggests a window between 18 months and 3 years, a period of transformation where your dream starts to take a tangible form. Now, the next one card, which is equally important, is the Ten of Pentacles, which follows, radiant and complete. In the card of legacy, family, and long-term security. So when this appears in timeline reading, it is often points to ownership, the signing of papers, and the keys in hand. The first night spent under your own roof. So it is not just a purchase, it is a culmination of effort, faith. And the tarot hints that this moment could arrive within 3 to 4 years, depending on how you nurture your resources and trust the process. But the reading doesn't actually end here with possession. The star glows softly at the close, a reminder that your home is also a vessel for hope. So it also tells you that the space you created will heal you, inspire you, and become the canvas for your next chapter. The star's light stretches beyond time, suggesting that the emotional fulfillment of home ownership will ripple through your life long after the keys are turned. So when will you buy your first home? You can comment. And the card speaks of a journey rather than a deadline. So the first year brings the preparation and the clarity. The second year invites opportunity. And by the third or fourth, the dream solidifies into reality. Yet the tarot insists that the true home is built in the heart first. And the moment you believe that you deserve stability, the universe begins to construct it around you. So as you listen this reading, imagine the scent of fresh paint, the echo of laughter in empty rooms, and the quiet peace of belonging. Your timeline is unfolding even now. So guided by patience, purpose, and the unseen architecture of destiny. So, and when that day arrives, when you step through the doorway of your own house, you will realize that the tarot didn't predict, it actually prepared you for it. So now we have come to the end. Please, if you want to ask, you can just put your comments on this topic. Otherwise, also you can come and ask your tarot reading session every day. So we are coming to end of this streaming regarding the manifestation of your first house. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one very soon. Bye. Hello, friends. Have you ever felt a strange hesitation about a job offer that looks perfect on the paper? We are diving into the card today to reveal the hidden vibrations behind your new professional contract and whether it truly aligns with your soul purpose. True career prosperity starts with the signing a contract, right? That matches your highest frequency, not just your bank balance. Now, we are going beyond the fine print or to uncover the secret workplace dynamics and karmic alignment waiting for you behind the scene. So join today as we interpret the intuitive sign that guarantee your next move is a spiritual success, not a setback. So let's find out more about this. So, in the fast-paced professional world of 2026, decisions are often made under pressure. Contracts slide across the desk, digital agreements flashes on screen, and the expectation is to sign quickly and to commit to move forward. Yet, beneath the surface of deadlines and negotiations lies a quieter force, that is intuition. So it is the subtle voice that whisper caution, the instinct that urges us to pause a little, the inner compass that has been actually there through years of experience. So professional intuitions is not a guesswork, and it is an accumulation of patterns observed and lesson learned and the signal observed again over time. When we talk about 2026, when we are witnessing artificial intelligence analyzing data and algorithm predicting outcome, intuitions remain the uniquely human skill that bridges logic with the living experience. It is a sense that something in a deal feels off when it feels off, and even when the numbers look perfect. And it is awareness that the partnership may not be aligned with the deeper value, even if the proposal shines with the opportunity. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please do inform us from which city you are tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with this interesting topic. So, listening to intuition begins with the slowing down, So, don't be in hush hush. The culture of immediate, you have to do something immediate or instant actually replies and rapid approval can actually drown out the subtle cues that intuition provides. So professionals who thrive today are those who create space for reflection. They step back from the contract, breathe and ask, does this feel right? That pause is not a weakness, it is wisdom. So in practice, intuition often manifests as a physical signals, tightening in the chest, a restless energy, a sudden unease. Those are not random sensations, but a body's way of signaling misalignment. Neuroscience in 2026 has shown that the gut-brain connection plays a powerful role in decision making. The gut feeling is not a mystical, it is a nervous system processes complex information faster than conscious thought. So ignoring it can lead to regret. So consider the stories of leaders who trusted their instinct. A CEO who declined a merger despite glowing forecast later discovered the hidden liabilities. An artist who walked away from a lucrative contract sensed creativity suffocation and instead found freedom in independence. A young professional who hesitated before signing a job offer actually realized that the company's culture clashes with their values. So in each case, intuition was the unseen safeguard. Yet intuition is not infallible. It must be balanced with the analysis. The art of judgment, in 2026 lies in integrating data with instinct. Professional consult reports, run simulations, and then often listen inwardly. When both align and confidence is strong, when they diverge, and intuition often points to the questions that data has not yet answered. So this is how things work when we actually merge intuitions and analysis. The phrase "don't sign yet" is a reminder that contracts are not just a legal document, but they are also commitment of energies, time, identity. Signing without listening to intuition actually lead to risk entanglement in a path that drain rather than empower. So, in contrast, honoring intuition leads to choices that resonate with authenticity and the long-term vision. In 2026, as world grow more complex, intuitions become more valuable. It is the skill that cannot be automated, the wisdom that emerges from human experience, and to listen it, to respect the quiet intelligence within. So that is one thing which is very much required. To act on it is to actually honor the professional self that knows when to move forward and when to wait and when to quit. So when the next contract appears glowing on your table or slide across the polished desk, remember, pause, breathe and listen. So numbers may speak loudly, but the intuition speaks truly. And sometimes the most powerful decision is the one not yet signed, So we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel. And also, I'm looking forward for your comment on this topic. See you in the next one. Bye.
Imagine a darkness so deep it lasts 336 hours, where temperatures plummet to a lethal minus 170 degrees Celsius. If our technology fails for even a second, the Artemis base camp batteries will freeze solid, ending the mission forever. Here is how we use the fission power to survive the shadow. So, in this video, we will learn more about it. NASA is about to build the ultimate fortress on the surface of the lunar South Pole. But there is one giant problem: the brutal 2 week night. By deploying a towering vertical solar array and burying the habitats under the protective lunar regolith, we are finally hacking the moon's environment. Therefore, in this video, friends, we will be studying the engineering behind our lunar survival. Let's go. Welcome once again, everyone. When we talk about returning to the moon, we often focus on the excitement of the landing, the dust kicking up, the iconic first steps, and the exploration of the lunar surface. But there is a silent, invisible antagonist that has claimed more missions than any other, which is the lunar night. For those living on Earth, night is brief 12-hour cycle, but on the moon, the sunset and doesn't return for 14 Earth days. During this time, temperature plummet to below minus 280 degrees Fahrenheit. If we want to establish a permanent presence with the Artemis base camp, we cannot simply pack up and leave when the sun goes down. Today, we are going to explore the cutting edge engineering that will keep our astronauts and equipment alive through the brutal conditions in the solar system. But first, let's talk about the energy gap. Without the sunlight, traditional solar panels, our primary source of power go dark. To survive the Artemis base camp, it relies on a multi-layered power strategy, as visualized by the NASA, and we will discuss this more in detail. Starting with the regenerative fuel cells, RFCs. During the 14 days lunar day, we don't just use power, we bank it. Through electrolysis, we store energy as hydrogen and oxygen. When night falls, these fuel cells recombine that energy is provided like electricity, acting as a massive chemical battery. Modular nuclear fission is the next one. While the batteries and the fuel cells are essential, there are limits to it. To provide a reliable, constant base load power supply, NASA is developing a small modular fission reactor. These reactors operate independently of sun, ensuring that the heaters, life support systems, and communication remains operational even in the depth of 2 week dark period. And the power is only half the battle. If you have all the electricity in the world but can't manage heat, you're still in trouble. The vacuum of space is a perfect insulator, which means heat generated inside the base has nowhere to go and heat outside has no way to keep the base warm. So, friends, as you would have understood by now that the thermal management is a two-way street. Starting with insulation, the base modules are protected by advanced multi-layer insulations, which is also known as MLIs, and vacuum jacketed shells, which acts like a high-tech thermo to prevent heat loss. Next is the active thermal control system, which is in short known as ATCS. Inside the habitat, we use specialized fluid loops to collect waste heat from electronics, life support system, circulating it where it is needed the most. Next is the phase change material. We also use thermal mass as buffer. Think of this as thermal sponges. During the day, they absorb excess heat. During the night, they release that energy slowly to keep the interior's climate stable. This survival isn't just hardware, it is a strategy. Operational planning is kind of divided into two phases, which is day and night. And friends, you must be knowing that the lunar day is equal to 14 days, and likewise the night as well, 14 earth days. Now, what we need to do now, we have to make a daytime preparation. This is the harvest phase. We maximize power storage, ensure the habitats are perfectly insulated, and preheat the thermal mass of the base to give us a running start when the sunset for 14 days. Remember that. The nighttime conversion is must be seamless. Once the sun goes down, the base shift into a low power mode. Non-essential systems are powered down, lights are dimmed, and the base transition to the autonomous state governed by the predictive algorithm that manages energy consumption to prioritize life support. Lastly, we have to also talk about redundancy. If one system fails, we have to have a backup of a backup of a backup, right? Because it's about survival of our people. Whether it is the small pressurized rover or providing a mobile shelter or secondary fission unit coming online, the goal is always total system reliability. The lunar night is brutal, unforgiving, and relentless, but it is not unbeatable. By combining nuclear energy, advanced chemistry, and the intelligent thermal management, we are turning the moon from a place where दोस्तों आप सबको पता होगा स्टेट ऑफ मलाका के बारे में। ये एक रीजन है मलेशिया का, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सी रूट है और इंडिया इसमें काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट दिखा रहा है और काफ़ी डिस्कशन चल रहा है इंडिया और मलेशिया के बीच में और एक बायलैटरल एग्रीमेंट होने का भी अंदेशा हो रहा है। ये सब क्यों हो रहा है? ऐसा लग रहा है कि इंडिया कंट्रोल चाहता है इंडियन ओशन के ट्रेड रूट के ऊपर और इसलिए ये जो एक चोक पॉइंट है इसको वो कंट्रोल करना चाहता है। इंडिया एक पावरफुल नेशन है और इस चीज़ को वो एग्जर्ट करना चाहता है। लेकिन ये मैं आपको बता दूं, आज हम इतिहास के पन्ने खोलेंगे और ये हम बताएंगे आपको कि ये पहली दफ़ा नहीं हो रहा है। ये ऐसा कोई सरप्राइज वाले कोई इसमें बात नहीं है। ये हमारा कंट्रोल, इंडिया का जो कंट्रोल है इस रीजन पे पिछले 2000 साल से कायम है और इस रीजन का जो डेवलपमेंट है इसके पीछे हमारे राजाओं, हमारे हिस्टोरिक फिगर्स का हाथ है। तो चलिए लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो में इसके बारे में डिटेल से चर्चा करते हैं। नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। जैसा कि मैंने शुरू में बताया कि जो स्टेट ऑफ मलाका है या मलाका जिसको हम बोलते हैं, इस पे चोला वंश का शासन था और ये 1010 सीई मतलब 10,000 एडी में ये शासन स्टैब्लिश किया गया था। और ये ऐसा नहीं था कि कोलोनाइजेशन था, ये एक तरह का एक एक्सपेंशन था। जो चोला एम्पायर था वो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग सिविलाइजेशंस थी। वो इंडिया में तमिलनाडु के रीजन में उनका तो साम्राज्य था, आप जानते होंगे, काफ़ी रिच और काफ़ी कल्चरली रिच इनका जो साम्राज्य था। और वो इतने ज़्यादा, उनकी इतनी बड़ी नेवी थी, इतनी बड़ी आर्मी थी, वो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग थे। तो क्योंकि तमिलनाडु में थे तो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग मतलब कि उन्होंने ईस्ट की तरफ देखा। और आज हम जानते हैं कि साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में इनका फैलाव था और काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस भी था। मतलब मलेशिया के अलावा कंबोडिया, वियतनाम, यहाँ तक कि साउथ चाइना, और जो साउथ चाइना सी जिसको बोला जाता है वो इन्होंने ही इस्टेब्लिश कराया था। इसी वजह से जब शी जिनपिंग इंडिया आए थे तो उनको तंजावुर ले जाया गया था, क्योंकि जो साउथ चाइना के जो लोग हैं उनकी लीनिएज चोला वंश से निकलती है। ये हिस्टोरिकली ट्रू है। पॉलिटिकली इसको ना माने या ना माने, मैं उस चीज़ में नहीं पढ़ना चाहता, लेकिन हिस्टोरिकली ये एक प्रूवन फैक्ट है कि चोला एम्पायर का इन्फ्लुएंस इंडिया में तमिलनाडु में तो था ही, सबसे ज़्यादा ताकतवर साम्राज्य था, लेकिन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में काफ़ी जगहों पे इन्होंने अपनी साम्राज्य को फैलाया, जिसमें से मलाका भी है। शुरू की बात है कि मलाका एक फिशिंग टाउन हुआ करता था, लेकिन जब कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया गया, चोला ने कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया, राजा राजा चोला जो उनके बहुत ही बड़े राजा हुए, उन्होंने जब इसको चालू किया तब उनको पता चला कि ये तो एक चोक पॉइंट है, मतलब समुद्र के अंदर एक चोक पॉइंट है कि अगर इस पे किसी का कंट्रोल हो जाए तो वो बाकी शिप्स से टैक्स ले सकते हैं या बाकी शिप्स को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि आप जानते होंगे, जब इन्होंने इतना बड़ा कॉन्क्वेस्ट किया तो उनके दुश्मन भी बहुत होंगे, तो उनको समझ में आया, क्योंकि इनकी नेवी बहुत स्ट्रांग थी, उनको समझ में आया कि मलाक्का जो एक छोटा सा गांव है, एक फिशिंग विलेज है, इसको अगर कंट्रोल कर सकें तो हम पूरे एरिया पे कंट्रोल कर लेंगे। ये इस चीज़ की इनको समझ आई। बहरहाल उन्होंने ज़्यादा उस पर काम नहीं किया, लेकिन जो उनके बेटे थे राजेंद्र चोला, उन्होंने एक बहुत ही कोऑर्डिनेटेड तरीके से इस रीजन को डेवलप किया। अब मैं इस बात का आपको क्लैरिफिकेशन करना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने कॉलोनाइजेशन कहीं नहीं किया, उन्होंने अपना इन्फ्लुएंस किया। और जिस ज़माने में जब सेंट्रल बैंक या फेडरल बैंक नहीं हुआ करते थे, तो तंजावुर के मंदिरों ने इस एरिया का डेवलपमेंट करने में काफ़ी सहायता दी। अब हमारे यहाँ पे सिस्टम क्या होता है कि हम डोनेशन में बिलीव करते हैं, हम दान देते हैं, और सबसे ज़्यादा दान हम मंदिरों में देते हैं। तो जो मंदिर थे, जो जो साउथ इंडिया के जो मंदिर थे, उन्होंने राजाओं से और काफ़ी जो अमीर लोग हुआ करते थे, जो रिच लोग होते थे, उनसे दान उनको मिलता था, उस दान को वो मलाका भेजते थे। आप इमेजिन करिए कि 1000 साल पहले ये एक ट्रेड रूट चल रहा था, मलाका भेजते थे, जहाँ पे वहाँ पे साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, आर्किटेक्चर और रिलीजन, उन सब चीज़ों को एक छोटे विलेज को कन्वर्ट किया गया, और 500 साल तक इसको उन्होंने काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस किया। 500 साल के बाद यहाँ पे एक साम्राज्य की स्थापना हुई, जिसको हम मलाका साम्राज्य बोलते हैं। अब आप सब जानते होंगे कि जो मलेशिया है, वहाँ के जो मैक्सिमम पॉपुलेशन है वो इस्लाम में कन्वर्ट हो गई है। तो 15वीं शताब्दी में जो साम्राज्य था मलाका में, उसको मलाका, सल्तनत ऑफ मलाका बोला गया इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड में। हालांकि आज की डेट में ये मलाका जो जगह है वो मलेशिया का पार्ट है, और मलेशिया और इंडोनेशिया और इंडिया तीनों मिलके इसको कंट्रोल करना चाहते हैं। एक ट्राइपार्टाइड या बायलैटरल एक एग्रीमेंट है, और क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी हिस्ट्री है, इस रीजन के अंदर इंडिया का काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस है। और आज की डेट में अगर मॉडर्न परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी देखा जाए इसको, जो कॉस्मोपॉलिटन नेचर है इस रीजन का, वो इंडिया के वजह से है। क्योंकि जब मलेशिया के पुराने समय में जो राजा हुआ करते थे, उन्होंने इस एरिया को कभी नहीं देखा। जब चोला एम्पायर ने आगे अपना कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया तो उन्होंने इस रीजन को उन्होंने इम्पोर्टेंस दी। इसको आप कंपेयर कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य ने सिंगापुर बनाया, वैसे ही चोला साम्राज्य ने मलाक्का बनाया। तो इसलिए ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, हमें हिस्टोरिकली इस चीज़ को समझना चाहिए कि आज अगर हमारी इंडियन सरकार मलाका को लेके काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है और वो चाहते हैं कि जो उस पर थोड़ा बहुत उनका इन्फ्लुएंस रहे, तो ये नई बात नहीं है। ये ऐसा नहीं है कि आउट ऑफ द ब्लू सडनली किसी को ध्यान आया कि मलाका पे अगर हम कंट्रोल कर लेंगे तो हम हमारे कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव पूरे हो जाएंगे। ये आज नहीं हुआ है, ये 1000 साल पहले चोला एम्पायर ने ऑलरेडी कर दिया था। और उन्होंने इस एरिया को, जैसे यूरोपियंस आए तो उन्होंने कॉलोनाइज किया, उन्होंने अत्याचार किया। इन्होंने कभी ऐसा नहीं किया। इन्होंने मंदिर के थ्रू, तंजौर के जो मंदिर थे उनके थ्रू, नेवी को यूज़ करके इस एरिया को फंड किया, और इसमें अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी उन्होंने ट्रांसफ़र की। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र की, अपना कल्चर ट्रांसफ़र किया, और उनको सिखाया, और एक बड़ा मेट्रोपॉलिटन शहर बनाया, उसको एक कोस्टल टाउन बनाया, जहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा ट्रेड हुआ करता था, मैरीटाइम ट्रेड हुआ करता था, और ये पूरा इंडियन कंट्रोल होता था। उस समय में हम बोल सकते हैं चोला कंट्रोल होता था, और चोला एक बहुत बड़ा साम्राज्य, हम सब जानते हैं कि चोला साम्राज्य का कितना बड़ा हाथ है हमारे पूरे इंडिया के कल्चर को मॉडिफाई या इन्फ्लुएंस करने में। तो ये समझ लीजिए कि जो जो मलाक्का का जो रीजन है वो इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है, इतना इन्फ्लुएंशियल है आज भी, कि अगर जो उस एरिया पे को कंट्रोल करेगा वो पूरे के पूरे इंडियन ओशन की ट्रेड को कंट्रोल कर सकता है। तो ये जो चीज़ है ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसके पीछे हिस्टोरिक तथ्यों को लाना बहुत ज़रूरी था, और ये मैंने सोचा आपको इस बारे में बताऊं। आपके कुछ भी विचार हैं, कोई क्वेश्चन है, या आपको कोई एक्स्ट्रा इंफॉर्मेशन है, नॉलेज है, तो ज़रूर हमारे साथ शेयर करें। नीचे कमेंट सेक्शन में अपने कमेंट्स भेजें, मैं हर कमेंट का रिप्लाई करूंगा। तो हमारे साथ लाइव जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मिलता हूं अगले वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 17 जून है, 17 जून है, और आज बुधवार का दिन है। तो आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का जो दिन होता है बहुत ही शुभ होता है गणेश पूजा के लिए। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश पूजा के साथ, और आप सभी हमारे साथ रिपीट करें। 11 दफ़ा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। बहुत ही साधारण सा सिंपल सा मंत्र है, और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी खुश होते हैं। तो अगर आप अपना दिन, या आप बिजनेसमैन हैं, या आप पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, तो अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले अपना जो प्रोफेशनल दिन है, इस मंत्र का जाप हर बुधवार को करें। ठीक है, तो चलिए आंखें बंद कर लेते हैं, हाथ जोड़ के भगवान गणेश का ध्यान करते हैं, और मेरे साथ जुड़िए, मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए ये मंत्र जो भगवान गणेश जी को समर्पित है। ओके, शुरू करते हैं। ओम गं गम गणपतये नमः। ओम 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 गणपतये नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई। भगवान गणेश को हमने आज अपना पूजा समर्पित की, और आशा करते हैं आप भी हमारे साथ इसको रिपीट करेंगे। 11 दफ़ा ही करना है, बहुत साधारण सा एक मंत्र है, और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी शुभ लाभ देते हैं। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। जल्दी मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार। Hello friends, Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Let me ask you, are you relying solely on willpower to keep your business moving forward? Many leaders find that discipline alone leads to burnout. True sustainable leadership requires something deeper, a shift from controlling your impulses to finding higher taste in your work. In this video, we will try and find the answer to this very profound question, and we will take help of Bhagavad Gita. We will apply its ancient wisdom to the modern executive decision making. We will learn why external self control is only a temporary fix, and discover how to cultivate a purpose driven mindset that naturally eliminate distraction and exhaustion. Let's go. Imagine it's 11 p.m. The office is quiet. You have hit your KPIs. You have managed the crisis and your team is performing. By all metrics, you are the picture of discipline. You have mastered the grind, but if you are honest with yourself in the silence of this moment, you feel a strange hollow fatigue. You are not tired because you aren't working hard enough. You are tired because you have been relying on willpower alone to sustain you. In the modern corporate world, we treat discipline like a religion. We praise the 4 a.m. wake up calls, the relentless sacrifice, and the ironclad self control. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to share a piece of ancient wisdom that suggests there is a massive difference between controlling yourself and being inspired by something greater. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 59 of Bhagavad Gita, a timeless management strategy for the modern CEOs. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. Let us define the problem. Most leadership development focus on suppression. We suppress our stress, we suppress our doubts, we suppress our desire for a balanced life because we believe discipline is the only thing standing between us and a failure. We treat our impulses like enemies. We white knuckle our way through board meetings, through difficult conversations, and through burnout. But here is the truth, and the Gita points it out clearly. The quote starts: often we may come and keep the senses under control, but the taste of the object of enjoyment still remains. And the quote closes. Think about it. You can force yourself to follow a routine. You can force yourself to lead. But if you are still internally, testing the stress, or, thinking about the stress, or the greed, or the ego, the discipline is just a temporary dam holding back a flood. Eventually, the dam would break at some point in time. When you lead only through discipline, you are constantly fighting against your own nature. It's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. You can do it for a while, but eventually your arms get tired. And that is where the exhaustive burnout comes from. So, what is the alternative? The verse continues with a powerful solution. But once with divine consciousness loses the taste for such sensory objects, having acquired a higher taste. This is a shift from discipline to purpose. In the context of C suite, divine consciousness isn't just a spiritual term, it's about alignment. It's about being so deeply connected to the why of your organization, your vision, your legacy, your contribution to humanity that the petty distractions, the ego driven impulses are the exhaustion, that is some of sort of that you lose your flavor. When you discover a higher taste, you don't have to fight your lower instinct. They simply become uninteresting. Imagine a child playing with a cheap plastic toy. If you try to take it away, they fight with you. They have a taste for that toy. But if you show them a beautiful, complex, fascinating educational game, they drop the plastic toy voluntarily, and you don't have to force them to do anything. They just found something better. And that is the CEO superpower. When you lead from a place of higher purpose, you aren't sacrificing your health or your peace of mind to achieve results. You are naturally moving towards a goal that is inherently satisfying. So, how do we apply this in the board tomorrow? How do you move from the grind to higher taste? Number one, audit your why, which is looking beyond profit. If your only taste is the quarterly returns, your willpower will eventually dry up. Does your business serve a larger purpose? Does it solve a genuine human problem? Reconnect your daily tasks to the impact that you're making. When the work matters, discipline becomes easy. Number two, practice strategic detachment. This doesn't mean apathy. It means you stop obsessing over the outcome and start obsessing over the process of the service. When you're detached from the fruits of your labor, you stop being a slave to the stress of success or even failure. You gain clarity. Number three is delegate the ego. Often we try to control every detail because we are addicted to the feelings of being indispensable, the lower taste of being the hero. To reach a higher taste, you must empower your team. Leadership isn't about you being the smartest person in the room, it's about you being the most aligned person in the room. Leadership is not a sprint of willpower, it is a marathon of consciousness. Don't settle for just being disciplined. Anyone can be disciplined if they are miserable enough. Aim for something higher. Find the purpose that makes the struggle disappear. When you lead with higher taste, you don't just achieve more. You become someone who others want to follow. Today, I challenge you to look at your own calendar and ask yourself, am I doing this out of habit and willpower, or am I doing this because I've caught a glimpse of something better? The answer to that question will change the way you lead starting right now. So friends, thanks for watching for this this video, and if this resonate with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How do you maintain your higher taste when the pressure is on? Let's keep the conversation going, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Hello friends, Namaskaram. There is a massive news from New Delhi. The 16th India Japan Annual Summit has officially concluded, making a historic turning point for the global diplomacy and the economy. With a staggering $68 billion, which is equal to 10 trillion yen, investment pledge over the next decade, India and Japan are redefining their partnership. In this video, we break down everything you need to know about this landmark pact and what it means for the future of both nations. From cutting edge defense, co development to the next generation of AI energy security, we analyze how this massive infusion of capital and the 120 plus new business agreement will reshape the global landscape. Let's go. In the rapidly shifting landscape of global economic, the certain moments stand out not just as headlines but as turning point that defines the next decade of the industry. We have just witnessed one of those moments, one of the most important moments. And monumental commitment has been made, a staggering 10 trillion yen, that is approximately $68 billion in planned investment from Japan into India over the next 10 years. This isn't just a diplomatic handshake, this is massive systemic alignment of two of the world's most vital economies. Today, we are breaking down why the $68 billion pact is a game changer for supply chain, the tech sector, and the future of the global manufacturing. So, friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue. So, the big question is why now? To understand the weight of this investment, we have to look at the economic security. That is a roadmap that both nations recently finalized. In an era of geopolitical uncertainty, supply chain resilience has become the ultimate currency. Both nations recognize that depending on a single source of for a critical technology is no longer viable strategy. By deepening this partnership, they are building a China plus one ecosystem positioning India as a primary destination for Japanese capital and technological expertise. We aren't talking about simple trade anymore. We are talking about the shared sovereignty over future tech. From semiconductors to quantum computing and critical minerals, this pact is designed to ensure that if a global trade flows, if any disruption happens in the flow, these two partners have the technological and industrial autonomy to keep their industries moving. So, where does the $68 billion actually go? The roadmap is incredibly specific and span four major pillars. Number one is semiconductor and deep tech. The most critical battleground for the 21st century is the semiconductor. We are seeing a massive collaboration between top tier electronics firms and domestic manufacturers in India. We are also talking about the front end fabrications, OSAT, which is outsourced semiconductor assembly and test plants, and specialized semiconductor material production. This is about creating a self sustaining silicon ecosystem, not just assembly. Second, the green energy transition. The energy security is central to this deal. The roadmap includes an ambitious biogas initiative to set up 1,000 plants across the country, but it goes further. Green ammonia, green methanol, and major investment in batteries and renewable grid infrastructure. Number three, the next generation mobility and infrastructure. We have been tracking the bullet train corridor for years now, but this impact accelerates the development of smart cities, high speed logistics. It's about modernizing ports and rails to ensure that when a product is made in India, it can reach global market faster than ever before. And number 4 is the artificial intelligence and the quantum computing, perhaps the most forward looking part of the pact. Both sides have signed agreement on AI, combining Japanese precision manufacturing capabilities with India's massive scale of software and the digital talent. For the business community watching this message is very clear. The red tape is disappearing. India allows 100% FDI through the automatic route in most sectors, meaning Japanese firm can maintain full ownership and control of their Indian subsidiaries. There is also a dedicated Japan Plus desk at Invest India, specifically designed to fast track these massive projects. The industry isn't just reacting to policy, they are voting with their capital. We have seen over 100 new business agreements signed in the past year alone. This is an initiative for Japanese companies to scale and for Indian firms to integrate into global high value supply chain. And of course, no deal of this magnitude comes without a hurdle. Implementation is where the real work happens. Logistics, regulatory harmonization, and the culture integration between workforce are the next frontier. However, the trend is undeniable. India Japan partnership is no longer just about trade volumes, it is about technological convergence. When you combine a workforce that is young and tech savvy with one of the most advanced industrial innovation engines in the world, the output is greater than the sum of its part. This $68 billion pact is effectively the foundation of the golden phase of this partnership. Whether you are an investor, a tech professional, or a student, the bridge between these two nations is widening and the opportunities are growing by the day. We will keep tracking these development here on this channel. But I would like to ask you, what sector do you think will see the biggest disruption from this investment? Let me know in the comments below. I'm CK and I will see you very soon in the next one. In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further.
bold new roadmap reshapes Indian classroom with a skill-based learning, multilingual literacy, and technology-driven education, preparing students not just for marks but for life. Education in India is entering a new chapter. The Central Board of Secondary Education has announced a sweeping curriculum revamp that will take effect from 2026. And it promises to reshape the way millions of students experience learning. For decades, Indian school system had been criticized for its heavy reliance on rote memorizations, exam pressures, and limited focus on skills. This roadmap is CBSE's attempt to break away from the mold and align classroom with the vision of National Education Policy 2020. At the heart of the revamp is a shift towards skill-based learning. Instead of simply reproducing textbook answers, students will be encouraged to think critically, solve problems creatively, and collaborate with the peers. The idea is to prepare them not just for exam, but for the life beyond school, whether in higher education, the workplace, or society at large. Teachers will be expected to integrate projects, presentations, and real-world case studies into their lessons, making learning more engaging and practical. One of the most debated actually changes in is the three language rule. Under the new framework, students will study three languages up to class 10, with at least one being an Indian language. Supporters argue that this will strengthen cultural roots, multilingual literacy, while the critics worry that it may add stress to students already juggling with multiple subjects. The policy reflects CBSE's attempt to balance global competitiveness with a national identity. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, another major reform in the reduction of content load. The syllabus will be streamlined to focus on core concept, cutting down an excessive detail that often overwhelmed students. And this will free up time for experimentations, experiential learning activities in the lab and the field projects and creative exploration. So alongside this, CBSE plan to integrate technology and digital tools into classroom. So adapted learning platform, AI assist resources, and online practical module will become the part of everyday teaching, ensuring students are comfortable with the digital world they will inherit. Assessment will also undergo a transformation. The traditional high-stake exam model will give way to continuous competency-based evaluation. Marks will be no longer hinged solely on the 3-hour test. Instead, projects, practical, and presentation will carry a greater weight. And this change is expected to reduce exam stress and provide a more accurate picture of students' ability. The impact of this reform will be felt across the ecosystem. Students will find their education more engaging and less mechanical. Teachers, however, will face little challenge of adopting the new method, mastering the digital tools, and rethinking how they evaluate performance. And parents too will need to adjust their expectation, as success will no longer be measured by exam scores but by skill and competencies. Of course, challenges remains. Like training teachers across India's vast and diverse school network is no small task. Ensuring rural schools have access to digital infrastructure will require significant investment, and the three language rule may face resistance from families who fear it add unnecessary burden. Yet, despite these hurdles, the roadmap signals a bold step towards modernizing Indian education. So, what do you think about this? We have come to the end of this live stream, and thanks for watching. I would request you to like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Nagarjuna's vision of emptiness offers balance, resilience, and wisdom for the challenges of our interconnected 21st century world. In the grand tapestry of Indian philosophy, few figures stand as tall and as enigmatic as Nagarjuna, the 2nd century Buddhist philosopher, often regarded as the most influential thinker after Buddha himself. His contribution lies in the systematic exposition of Shunyavad, the doctrine of emptiness, which became the cornerstone of Madhyamaka school of Mahayana Buddhism. In 2026, Shunyavad, the philosophy of emptiness articulated by Naga Arjun, remains strikingly relevant, not just as a spiritual doctrine, but as a lens through which we can interpret the modern life, technology, and society. So Nagarjuna's genius was to show that this emptiness applies not only to the worldly appearances but also to the ultimate reality. He argued that both samsara, that means the cycle of birth and death, and nirvana, that is liberation, are empty of inherent existence. This radical insight collapsed the duality between bondage and liberation, suggesting that the absolute is not something separate from the world, but the very ground of all appearances. So with the geopolitical tensions, climate change, economic stress, and the doctrine of emptiness teaches resilience at this point of time, that means in 2026. So by recognizing that the cries are not permanent entities but dependent on the cause and conditions, and we approach them with the flexibility rather than despair, and this is the way to go forward when we understand the teaching of Nagarjuna. So it is important to note that the Nagarjuna did not invent Shunyavad. The seeds of this doctrine were already present in Mahayana Sutras even before his time. What makes Nagarjuna remarkable is that he gathered these scattered threads and wove them into a coherent, rigorous philosophical system. He gave Shunyavad its intellectual depth, transforming it from mystical insight into a dialectical method that could withstand scrutiny. In an era of stress, identity crisis, and the idea that self is empty of fixed essence can be liberating. So it helps individual detach from the rigid ego construct and embrace fluidity, and reducing anxiety about permanence and control. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So we were talking about Shunyavad, and Shunyavad often misunderstood as nihilism. And sometimes called it is denial, but it is not a denial of reality. The Shunya literally means void or empty, but in Nagarjuna's philosophy, it carries a subtle meaning. It refers to the absence of inherent existence, that is swabhav. When we talk in Hindi, all phenomena, according to him, arise in dependence on cause and conditions. A principle known as something when we understand pratyaksh, and then we analyze that, and or it depend where it dependent originated. So because things exist only in the relation to other things, and they cannot possess an independent permanent essence. So in this sense, they are empty. And in a world dominated by artificial intelligence, virtual realities, and shifting identities, Shunyavad reminds us that phenomena lacks inherent existence. Just as an AI model or digital avatar has no fixed essence outside its relational context, so to do human construct exist only through interdependence. So his dialectical method expressed in his teaching dismantle very philosophical position by showing its contradictions. Whether one assert existence, non-existence, both or neither, Nagarjuns demonstrate that each claim lead to a logical impasses. Reality, he insists, that transcends these categories. So it cannot be captured by intellect, which is inherently actually discursive or relational. So true understanding comes only through a direct spiritual realization. So as India revamp its curriculum like CBSE in 2026 roadmap, and Shunyavad offers a philosophical foundation for the critical thinking, challenging rigid categories and encouraging students to see the knowledge as dynamic and contextual and interconnected. So the middle path that Nagarjuna champions avoid the extreme of eternalism, the belief in which is permanent existence, and nihilism, that is denial of all realities. So by affirming emptiness, he does not negate the world's but actually reveals its relational nature. Appearances are real enough in empirical sense, but they lack ultimate substance. The absolute, meanwhile, is not a thing but a non-dual reality in which all distinctions dissolve. So this philosophy had a profound implication. It reshaped Buddhist metaphysics, influenced later thinkers in Tibet and China and Japan, even resonate with the modern philosophers who saw in Nagarjuna's prosecutors to ritualism and relationalism and demonstration. So his instances that the concept collapse under their own weight anticipate contemporary critics of language and meaning. So Shunyavad's emphasis or interdependence resonate with the ecological thought. It reminds us that the human nature technologies are not separate entity but a part of a web of condition and an insight crucial for sustainability in 2026. Yet, Nagarjuna's aim was not merely intellectual. His philosophy was deeply soteriological, and it means to liberate. So, by realizing the emptiness of all things, one is freed from clinging or aversions or delusion. The realization of shunya is or we say shunyata, that is the realization of nirvana itself. So in the end, Nagarjuna's contribution lies in his ability to articulate the infables. He took the Buddha's insight into dependent origination and expanded it into a comprehensive philosophy of emptiness. Shunyavad, for being a doctrine of despair, Shunyavad is a doctrine of freedom actually. So it teaches that by seeing through the illusion of inherent existence, we awaken to the non-dual reality where the samsara and the nirvana are not opposite but unified. So this is a resolution of thought that Nagarjuna gifted to the world, a vision that continues to inspire seeker and scholars alike. Please send your comments, subscribe our channel, and for more insight into Indian spirituality and mythology, see you in the next one. But before we end this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करके अपना दिन आरंभ करेंगे। आज शुक्रवार है, फ्राइडे, तो आज तो लक्ष्मी जी का पूजन बनता है। तो हम लक्ष्मी जी का एक मंत्र पढ़ेंगे, 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे और इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। जैसे आप जानते हैं हमारे पास एक काउंटर है जिससे हम आसानी से नंबर निकाल सकते हैं। वैसे आप जैसा चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं। आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मस्तिष्क में, अपने ब्रेन के अंदर भी गिन सकते हैं। तो जैसे आपको कंफर्टेबल हो आप करें। ये इस मंत्र का हम जाप करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का जाप करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के हम लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान करते हैं और अब मंत्र शुरू करते हैं। श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं 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 क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। तो ओम लक्ष्मी नमः, ओम लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हमारा ये मंत्र समाप्त हुआ और हम अब अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो आपका दिन भी शुभ रहे, मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा। Hello friends and Namaskaram. On June 15th, 1908, a landmark moment in India's financial history took place in the formal incorporation of Calcutta Stock Exchange. As one of the oldest stock exchange in Asia and the second to be established in India after the Bombay Stock Exchange, the CSE, the Calcutta Stock Exchange, quickly transformed into a primary engine of the financial growth of the Eastern India region. Therefore, in this video, we explore the origins of the exchange, its original 150 founding members, and how it cemented Calcutta's status as a premier hub for trade, industry, and investment in the early 20th century. Let's go. June 15th in 1908, a date that might seem like just another page in history. But for the financial world of Asia, it was a turning point. Imagine the scene: horse-driven carriages clattering over the cobblestone of a line range, the air thick with humidity of Bengal summer, and the hum of the city that served as the heartbeat of the British Empire in India. On this day, a group of visionaries gathered to do something bold. They were signing a charter to create Calcutta Stock Exchange. Today, we are going back in time to see how it all began. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's proceed further. To understand the importance of 1908, we have to understand the city. At the time, Calcutta wasn't just a city, it was the commercial powerhouse of the East. The massive British trading houses were located there, managing the tea gardens of Assam, the jute mills along the Hooghly, and the sprawling coal mines of the hinterlands. Before the exchange, trading happened informally, often under the shades of neem tree or the makeshift offices. But the scale of business was becoming too vast, too complex for informal handshakes. The economy demanded order. The economy demanded an institution. Enter the 150 founding members, of initial founding members. They weren't just the merchants, they were the architects of India's modern financial landscape. When the Calcutta Stock Exchange was incorporated on June 15th, 1908, it wasn't a sole effort, it was a massive collaboration of both Indian and European brokers. Think about the friction of that era. Yet, in the pits of exchange, business came first. They pooled their resources, established a regulatory code, and decided that instead of scattered trading, they would create a unified marketplace. The exchange became the second in all of India, trailing only the Bombay Stock Exchange, and it quickly became the primary financial hub for everything happening in the East. Why does this matter today? Because the Calcutta Stock Exchange fueled the industrial revolution of East India. When you look at the growth of the coal industry, the massive exports of jute that were essential to global trade, or the tea plantation that became household names, we are looking at companies that were at the same point traded right there on the lines range. It provided the liquidity and the transparency that allowed these businesses to grow from small family run business operations into massive corporate entities. It set the stage for how India would handle capital, risk, and investment for the next century. The building online range still stands today, a silent witness to over a century of boom, bust, policy shift, and the sheer grit of the trader who walked on its floor. While the world of finance has moved into a digital realm where billions of dollars exchange hand in milliseconds via fiber optics cable, the spirit of 1908 remains relevant. It taught us that the economy is only as strong as the institution itself. Founders of 1908 didn't just create a building, they created a culture of trust and commerce that laid the foundation for the India as we see it today. History isn't just about dates and charters, it's about people who saw the potential for a better, more organized future. June 15th, 1908 changed everything for the traders of Calcutta and, by extension, for the history of Indian finance. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this trip back to 1908. If you enjoyed this dive into our financial heritage, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that bell icon. I want to know what other historic institutions should we uncover next. Drop a suggestion in the comments below, and I will see you next very soon, friends. Bye for now. तो आप सबका स्वागत है। आज जुलाई 10 है और आज शुक्रवार का दिन है। अपना हम दिन शुरू करने से पहले माँ लक्ष्मी की पूजा करेंगे और आप आपको निमंत्रण देते हैं, आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें। एक छोटा सा मंत्र है, 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे, श्री लक्ष्मी जी के लिए समर्पित है। चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान करें और हम अब शुरुआत करने वाले हैं। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध 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 लक्ष्मी नमः। तो दोस्तों हमारी आज की पूजा यहीं समाप्त होती है। आपका आगे का जो दिन है मंगलमय हो, शुभ लाभ से भरा हो, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को यहीं समाप्त करते हैं। लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Have you ever given a thought about what separates a reactive manager from an industry shaping leader? It often comes down to one thing, which is perception. While the corporate world often, obsesses over external metrics, the most successful CEOs understand the true competitive advantage begins with internal mastery. Today, we decode how to cultivate the steady mind approach to navigate the market volatility, technological disruption, and high stake decision making. Let's go and explore this further. And obviously, as always, we will take help from Bhagavad Gita. In the modern corporate landscape, we are obsessed with the vision. We talk about visionary CEOs, the strategic roadmap, the 5-year plan. But what if your vision is actually your biggest blind spot? What if the very thing the market calls growth, disruption, or the market share are merely the shadow of a reality you haven't learned to perceive? Today, we aren't just looking at the market trend, we are going to strip away the noise. We are turning to one of the most powerful ancient strategies for leadership ever written, which is Bhagavad Gita. And today, we are discussing specifically chapter 2, verse 69. It's a verse that challenges the fundamental nature of how we perceive success, failure, and the very act of leading in an era of unprecedented technological and global shifts. Let's look at the verse itself directly. All right, and the verse starts, what is darkness for ignorant being is daylight, a time of awakening for those with self control. What is daylight for the ignorant is a dark of the night for sages who see. And the quote close. At first glance, it sounds poetic, perhaps even cryptic, but let's translate this into boardroom language of 2026. The ignorant in this context isn't a lack of formal education, it is the lack of perception. It's the leader who is so caught up in the daylight that the quarterly earning reports and the viral social media trends, the noise of daily operation that are blinding this particular CEO and blinding to the actual long-term trend shaping the world, etc., are completely not visible to the CEO. They are running on a treadmill of reactive management. They think they are in the light because they are busy. But the Gita suggests that this daylight is actually the darkness of the night. It is a state of confusion where the ego and the external pressures dictate every move. Consider how this applies to the current AI revolution. When a new disruptive technology emerges, the ignorant leader sees only chaos. They panic, they pivot aimlessly, they overspend on a trend they don't understand because they fear missing out. To them, the situation is dark because they lack the steady mind. But look at the leader with self control. They see through the hype. While everyone else is scrambling to react, the leader with perception sees the daylight. They recognize the technology is a tool, not a savior. They see the underlying structural shift. When the rest of the market is cheering for a hollow victory, maybe a temporary spike in stock price based on short-term trend, the sage leader sees the darkness. They know it's not sustainable foundation. They aren't swayed by the temporary daylight of the applause. This is the core of the strategic foresight. It is the ability to operate in the dark when everyone else is blinded by the artificial light of the status quo. So, how do we operationalize this? How do you move from ignorant to the sage who sees? First, embrace the darkness of the introspection. Most leaders fear silence, they fear disconnection. But the true strategic depth comes from those moments of darkness, the quiet time you spend analyzing the business without the pressure of the daily grind. This is where you identify the risk your competitors are too distracted to see. Second, practice the pause. When the crisis hits, the knee jerk reaction is to act. But the Gita teaches us that the person with self control observes before they act. Use that moment of pause to separate the signal from the noise. If you are the loudest voice in the room during a crisis, you are probably operating in the daylight of the ignorant. Third, define your own daylight. Don't look at the market, don't let the market dictate what success looks like. If you are chasing the same KPIs as everyone else, you are living in their reality. Define your own metrics, matrices based on long-term sustainability, team resilience, and genuine value creation. The Gita doesn't ask you to renounce the business, it asks you to master your perception within it. When you learn to see what others misses, you stop being a passenger to the market trend. You stop being a slave to the fear of missing out. You become an architect of the future. The darkness of the ignorant is your daylight. The daylight of the ignorant is your night. Master your perception, and you will find that most complex business challenges eventually begin to clarify themselves. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this deep dive. If this shift in perspective resonated with you, I encourage you to subscribe Akulmach. We are here to bridge the gap between ancient strategy and the future technology. My name is CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one.
Hello, friends. Stop letting past betrayal dictate your professional future. If you feel stagnant or betrayal by your industry, you are likely carrying a karmic blockage that no resume update can fix. It is time to perform a workspace spirit cleansing to ensure your next career path remain untainted by old stagnant energies. So by mending your fractured aura now, you bridge the gap between your current setbacks and the high vibrational opportunity waiting for you. So let's learn more. Let's find out more on this. When you lose a job, especially through termination, so it feels as though your professional aura has cracked. Imagine this fractured aura as a cloud of self-doubt hovering around you and dimming your natural brilliance and preventing new high-frequency opportunity from recognizing your true value. The first step in rebuilding your reputation is acknowledging that this cloud exists, not to dwell on it, but to cautiously disperse it. Right. So let's find out few points for your easy understanding. First point is accept the fractured without hesitation. Getting fired is not the end of your story. It is a chapter. So many successful leaders, entrepreneurs, and creative have faced similar setbacks. The aura fractures when we internalize the event as a proof of inadequacy. So instead, reframe it as feedback from the universe, a signal that something is in your path needed alignment, and acceptance clears the first layer of cloud. Now let's come to the second point. And you have to reclaim your narratives. Silence allows rumors and assumptions to grow. So rebuild reputation means taking control of your story. Craft a conscious, dignified explanation of what happened, and one that acknowledges the event without bitterness. For example, the role wasn't aligned with my strengths. I have taken the opportunity to refocus on where I can add more value. And this kind of reframing shifts the energy from victimhood to agency, thinning the cloud further. Now let's move on to the third point: healing the inner aura. Definitely, it is a setback for many professionals. But professional reputation is not only external; it radiates from within also. So invest time in self-care, reflection, and journaling, meditations, or even tarot style visualizing can help you to see the fractured aura dissolve into light. Picture yourself surrounded by clarity, by confidence, and resilience. When your inner frequency rises, others sense it. And even before you speak, And so if you have come this far, please tell us from which city you are watching this video, and also like and subscribe our channel. Now, coming to the fourth one, seek a constructive feedback. Very, very important aspect at this junction when things are not going your way. So the cloud of self-doubt often hides lessons. Reach out to a trusted mentor or colleague and ask for the honest feedback. What strength did they see in you, and where could you grow? So this process transforms the criticism into mirror, showing you how to polish your professional aura. And feedback is not a scar, it is a sculpture's tool. So let it be like that, and that you should also understand it like that only. So moving forward, let's now discuss the fifth aspect or fifth point where you can do wonders in your professional aura: upliftment. So demonstrate, grow publicly. Demonstrate that you are doing something, you are working on yourself. So action rebuild the reputation faster than words. Now, share the insight, write articles, volunteer for the projects, and also showcase new skills. And you have to acquire the new skill at the same time also if you are short of any. Now, each visible step is like a beam of light piercing through the fractured aura. People begin to see not the firing, but the transformation. Reputation is rebuilt not by denial, but by demonstration. So now moving forward, network with authenticity. Relationships are the channel through which opportunities flow. Now, approach a networking not as a damage control, because you have to be more positive, but as a genuine connection. So, by transparent about your journey, but emphasize your renewed clarity and direction. Authenticity attracts trust, and trust repairs the reputation more effectively than polished spin. So now coming to the seventh, which is equally important: align with the high frequency opportunities. Once the cloud of self-doubt begins to shift, or just lift it up, it is away, you become visible again to the opportunities vibrating at a higher frequency, roles and projects and collaboration that match your true value. So instead of chasing every opening, focus on those aligned with your strengths and passion. So this alignment ensure that your next chapter is not just survival but resonance. Now coming to the eighth point, which is practical consistency. Very, very important, because reputation is rebuilt through the repeated action. Show up that on time delivery quality, you are coming on time. That's what is very important. Delivery quality, communicate with clarity, and honor commitments. These are few very important pillars of your practical consistency and, of course, rebuilding your aura. So each consistent act is stitched, repairing the fabric of your professional aura, and over time the cloud dissipates completely and replaced by a radiant field of credibility. Now coming to the ninth point, which is definitely you should keep in consideration, embrace the long view. And rebuilding reputation is not very quickly. It is a journey of months, sometimes years. So, but remember that the aura, once fractured, can become stronger at the seam. The very experience of being fired can deepen your empathy, sharpen your resilience, and expand your wisdom. So these qualities, when consistently expressed, make your reputation not only restored but elevated. So we have discussed almost 9 points. Please reflect and also begin based on these points where you can achieve better, and you can actually build a professional aura. Now let's come, after doing all these actions or deliberations, visualize yourself standing beneath a sky once clouded by doubts. So the fractured aura has dissolved, replaced by a luminous field of confidence. Opportunities like high frequency signals, you recognize your true worth and gravitate towards you. So being the fired was not the end. It was a clearing of the space for storage, more authentic professional identity to emerge, and your reputation is not defined by the fracture, but by the light you radiate after healing it. So this is what I want to discuss and tell you, that don't be disheartened, but work towards your aura, positive professional aura development. We have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel, and also I look forward for your comments on this topic. In case you want to ask something, please go ahead. We'll be waiting for your comments and questions. See you in the next one. Till then, bye and take care.
Hello, friends, and namaskar. We all know and think that the black holes are just born from dying stars. But, friends, think again. This new groundbreaking research from Cardiff University has revealed a startling truth. The universe's largest black holes are built, not born. While we used to think supermassive black holes grew primarily by consuming gas, this new study suggests they reach monster status through a violent process of repeated collisions within a dense star cluster. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the science of hierarchical merger, the cosmic assembly line where black holes smash into one and another, growing larger and more powerful with every hit. Let us go and discuss this further. Imagine a monster, not a ghost or a creature from a movie, but a real life titan so heavy it warps the very fabric of space and time. We call them supermassive black holes. For decades, we have asked one simple question: where do they come from? Most of us were taught the birth story. A massive star dies, collapses under its own gravity, and presto, a black hole is born. But there is a problem. Some black holes are so big that being born simply doesn't explain how they got there. New research from Cardiff University has flipped the script. They have discovered that the universe's true giants aren't just born big, they are actually built. Like a skyscraper or a massive machine, they are constructed through a violent, repetitive process of cosmic collisions. Today, we are breaking down the built, not born theory and how it's changing everything we thought we knew about dark hearts of these galaxies. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the Cardiff discovery, we first have to look at the old way of thinking. The traditional model says the black hole grew by eating. Imagine a black hole sitting in the middle of a cloud of gas. It slowly siphons that gas in, grew bit by bit over billions of years, and this is called accretion. But here is the catch: the math doesn't always add up. We have found supermassive black holes in the very early universes as well. If they grew only by eating gas, they wouldn't have had enough time to reach their massive sizes. It's like finding a fully grown oak tree in a forest that's only a week old. It shouldn't be possible. This led scientists to realize there must be another way, a faster, more aggressive way to build a giant. This brings us to the Cardiff University study. Led by a researcher in the School of Physics and Astronomy, the team looked away from the isolated stars and towards the dense star clusters. Imagine a crowded city during rush hour. Now imagine everyone in that city is a black hole. These clusters are the construction sites of the universe. Because everything is packed so tightly together, the gravity starts playing a high stake game of bumper cars. Instead of a single black hole sitting quietly and eating gas, you have dozens, even hundreds of black holes swirling around each other. This is what we call a nuclear star cluster. It is the most extreme environment in a galaxy. It's the perfect factory for building a monster. The Cardiff team used massive computer simulations to track how these black hole interacts. They discovered a process called hierarchical merger. Think of it like a tournament bracket. Round 1. Two small black holes collide and merge into one medium-sized black hole. Round 2. That medium-sized black hole finds another medium one. They merge to become a large one. Round 3. The large one smashes into another even larger ones. So this isn't a birth, this is an assembly line. Every time they collide, they releases a massive ripple in space-time known as the gravitational waves. These ripples are like the sound of the construction work happening. The Cardiff study showed that the built method is incredibly efficient. It allows black hole to skip the slow process of eating gas and jumping straight to supermassive size or status by consuming their own kind. So, why should we care if the black hole is born or built? First, it solves the early universe mystery. If black holes can merge rapidly in these clusters, it explains how they got so big so fast shortly after the Big Bang. Secondly, it tells us where to look. If we want to find the next generation of black hole mergers, we need to point our telescopes like the James Webb or LIGO at these dense crowded star clusters. But there is a darker side to this as well. This build theory suggests that the most powerful objects in the universe are essentially serial mergers. They are made of remains of thousands of smaller stars and black holes that came before them. They are the ultimate scavengers. The universe isn't a static place where things are simply born and stay that way. It's a dynamic, violent, and creative construction zone. And thanks to the team at Cardiff University, we now know that the giants lurking in the dark weren't just lucky enough to be born big. They fought their way and increased their size. They were built collision by collision in the most crowded corners of the space. So, next time when you look up at the night sky, remember the biggest things out there are often the one that has survived the most crashes. So, if you enjoyed this deep dive into the cosmic construction site, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. And friends, what do you think is the built not born theory is a final piece of the puzzle? Let me know in the comments below. Stay curious and always, always stay glued to the news. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. The National Stock Exchange, also known as NSE, has officially filed its draft for red herring prospectus for a massive 30 billion IPO. In this video, we break down what this historic move means for the Indian stock market, why industry giants like SBI are offloading their stakes, and what investors need to know before this listing becomes available for general public. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine a company that sits at the very heart of the Indian economy. It doesn't build cars. It builds, stock markets. It doesn't sell consumer goods. It doesn't run factories. But every single day, millions of people trust it with their life savings. That company is the National Stock Exchange, the NSC. After decades of waiting, regulatory battles, and massive anticipation, it is finally happening. On June 17, 2026, the NSE officially filed its draft red herring prospectus. We are looking at a potential 30,000 crore IPO valuing this financial giant at over 5 lakh crores. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now, let's move ahead. This isn't just an IPO, it is the biggest financial event of the year in India. Today, we are going deep into the DRHP to find what is actually happening, why SBI and other giants are cashing out, and what this means for your portfolio. Well, it is the historic first. Let's put the numbers in perspective. This IPO is expected to be the largest in Indian history, surpassing the massive listing of the Hyundai Motor India and even the LIC. But here is the catch, it's 100% offer for sale, OFS. That means no fresh money is going into the exchange to build new tech or expand offices. Instead, it's all about existing shareholders offloading their stakes. We are talking about 14.89 crore share hitting the market. Investors are effectively buying into the infrastructure of Indian wealth, not a startup chasing growth. Why are the big players like SBI selling off their stakes now? SBI, along with other state-owned giants, is positioning to offload millions of shares. Some of these institutions bought in years ago at incredibly low price. In some cases, for less than a rupee per share. With an expected IPO price potentially be in thousands, we are talking about a massive wealth unlocking for these long-term holders. But it is not just SBI. The list of seller is a who's who of the global and domestic finances, including CPPIB, Tamasak linked entities, and the various insurance companies. It's a strategic reshuffle allowing these institutions to book profits after years of holding on. Now, don't let the $30 billion evaluation blind you. There are two sides of this coin. The NSC is a near monopoly, handling roughly 93% of the cash market turnover and 99.8% of the equity futures. That dominant position generates massive profits, over 10,000 crore in net profit for financial year 2026. However, the regulator, which is SEBI, has been keeping a close watch. Issues like the co-location cases have haunted the exchange for years. Furthermore, SEBI is actively trying to cool down the retail frenzy in the derivative market, which ironically is where the huge chunk of the NSE's revenue comes from. Buying this stock means betting that exchange can continue to thrive even as a regulator tighten the rules on very product that derives its earning. So is this a bargain? Right now, shares are trading in the unlisted market at roughly rupees 2000 to 2050. Analysts are cautious. The actual valuation will depend on the final price, which is a band going to be set after the regulatory review. For long-term investors, the NSC is a proxy for the growth of Indian capital market. But for short-term traders, the priced in hype is something to watch closely. The NSE IPO isn't just a stock listing, it is a milestone in India's financial journey. Whether you plan to subscribe or just watch from the sideline, this is a story that will define the market mood for rest of 2026. So friends, what do you think? Is a 5 lakh crore valuation justified, or is the market getting ahead of itself? Let me know in the comments below, and if you have found this deep dive helpful, hit that subscribe button. We'll be covering the price band and the final allotment dates as soon as they are dropped. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one. नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करेंगे अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले। आज शुक्रवार है, तो आज का दिन तो लक्ष्मी जी को समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपनी पूजा करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़िए और हमारे साथ जुड़ के आप हमारे को फॉलो करें, तो आपको इससे काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा और लक्ष्मी जी आप पे प्रसन्न रहेंगी। तो एक छोटा सा मंत्र है जो सिर्फ 11 दफ़ा करना है। आपको पता है कि मैं इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ। आप जैसे मर्जी करना चाहें कर सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा करें रोज अपना कार्य शुरू करने से पहले। तो ठीक है जी, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और लक्ष्मी जी का नमन करिए और मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। 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 ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। हमारी पूजा समाप्त हुई और हाथ जोड़ के आप नमन कर लीजिए, लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान कर लीजिए। तो दोस्तों, आपका शुभ रहे आपका दिन, और मैं जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। नमस्कार।
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion, and nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video. And this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by a handwritten actually, manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with a remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic. Into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs, and Aryabhat's work into an Islamic world. So this is how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this. All of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses, they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth itself was in motion and was also a challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. in 2026 as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration. Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Stop! Before you hit the delete channel button or give up on your next upload, you need to watch this. Most creators quit YouTube exactly 3 feet from the gold. They see flat lines in their analytics and assume they are failing. But in reality, they are simply in a ghost phase, the period where the algorithm tests your consistency and your skills are being sharpened for the big break. In this video, we dive deep into the psychology of the content creation and why 0 views might actually be your biggest competitive advantage. How? Let us discuss this further. You are checking your phone again. It's been 3 hours since you uploaded your latest video and the one you spent all weekend editing. You have refreshed the studio app 10 times and the number hasn't budged. 4 views, 2 of which were probably you. The thought starts creeping in. Is this even worth it? You see other creators blowing up overnight and you feel like you are shouting into a void. You are ready already to quit, but before you hit that delete channel button, I need you to understand one thing. You aren't failing. You are actually in the most important phase of your journey. Most creators quit exactly 3 feet from the goal. Today I'm going to show you why nobody is watching is actually your secret weapon and why your biggest breakthrough is like hidden right behind the urge to give up. Let's dive in. But before, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. I would also know who's watching and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the algorithm. We talk about it like it's a sentient being that hates us. It doesn't, but it's a system built on trust. When you are a new creator or you're trying to pivot, you enter what I call the ghost phase. Think about it. Why would YouTube push your content to millions of people if you are only person you can stay consistent for only 2 weeks? The algorithm is testing 2 things, your competence and your consistency. During this ghost phase, you have a massive advantage that no big creator has. which is freedom to fail. When nobody is watching, you can experiment, you can find your voice, you can mess up the lighting, and you can make terrible jokes without hundreds and thousands of people judging you. This is your training ground. You are not being ignored, you are being incubated. This is the concept from the book Atomic Habits, called the plateau of latent potential. We expect progress to be in a straight line up. We think if I put in X amount of work, I should see X amount of views. But the growth on YouTube is exponential, not linear. You spend months, maybe years, working in the valley of disappointment, and this is where you're putting in the work, but the result aren't showing yet. You are building the foundation. It's like bamboo tree. It grows underground for 5 years, developing a massive root system, and then it shoots up 80 feet in 6 weeks. So if you quit during the root building phase, the tree will never grow. Every video you make into a flop is actually a root. It's a data point. It's a lesson. It's one step closer to the 80-foot breakthrough. So why do most creators quit right before they win? It's because of the psychological phenomena called cognitive friction. The effort required to make a video feels much higher than the reward of 10 views. To survive this, you have to shift your win condition. If your win condition is to get 1,000 views, you get 50, you feel like as if you have lost it. You feel defeated. But if you win condition is like getting 1% better at color grading, or write a more compelling hook, or you do that, you have won already, right? I mean, if you do all of these core competencies, regardless of the view counts, don't you think so? Winning on YouTube is a war of attrition. The pros aren't necessarily the most talented people on the platform. They are the one who refuse to go away. They stayed in the game long enough for the luck to find them. Because on YouTube, luck is just where the preparation meets the long enough timeline. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that you should keep doing exactly the same thing if it is not working. There is a difference between quitting and pivoting. If you have made 50 videos and they all have 0 views, don't quit YouTube. Change your strategy. Maybe your thumbnails are weak. Maybe your intros are too slow. Use the silence to audit yourself. When nobody is watching, you have the lowest stakes possible to reinvent yourself. Don't you think so? So ask yourself, am I making content for me, or am I making content that solves a problem or provide value for someone else? Once you align your passion with audience's need, the nobody watching problem starts to disappear. The hardest part of YouTube isn't the editing or the SEO. It is the mental game. It is showing up on Tuesday morning to film a video when your last 3 uploads tanked. But remember this, every major creator you admire today, from Mr. Beast to MKBHD, had a period where they were talking, making videos, but generating zero interest, 0 views. They felt exactly how you feel right now. The only difference between them and millions of abandoned channels is that they decided to post one more time. Your breakout video is already in your head. It's coming. It's going to come. Definitely. But you can't find it cannot find you if you weren't there to upload it, right? So don't quit. Just get 1% better today. So friends, what do you think? If you have any question or if you want to know more, please leave a comment below, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
There are some invisible energy thread binding you to your partner that goes far deeper than physical attraction. These are soul ties and karmic bond that act as a spiritual contract, often keeping your energy in a state of fragmentations. We are actually diving deep into these vibrational signature to realign your spirits today. So let's find out more about this. So, hello friends, how are you doing? Have you ever felt an unexplainable heavy pull towards someone that feels more like a present than a partnership? Or you might be trapped in a centuries old spiritual contract or a karmic debt you didn't know you signed. So today we are decoding these invisible vibrational signature to finally break the cycle. Relations are powerful, often shaping our emotions, decisions, and even our sense of identity. So sometimes, however, a bond goes beyond the ordinary attachment. It becomes what many call a soul tie. A soul tie in a deeper spiritual and emotional connection that can either uplift or entangle you. While healthy ties bring growth, unhealthy one can drain your energies and cloud your judgment. So, recognizing the warning signs is crucial to understand whether your relationship is nurturing or binding you in a way that holds you back. So, first warning sign is the sense of being inexplicably bound to a person and who may find yourself constantly thinking about them and replying conversations or feeling their presence even when they are not around. So it is more than affection. It is actually, it feels like an invisible tie. And even after argument or breakups, their influence linger in your decisions, leaving you emotionally stuck and unable to detach. And the second sign is that when your emotions are uncontrolled by their actions. In soul tie, your emotional state rise and falls depending on what the other person does. So their approval brings you joy, but their disapproval actually devastation kind of mental state. And that definitely actually you may feel really, really very down in that scenario. So you may feel anxious when they don't respond quickly or find that their mood dictate your own. So over time, you actually begin to give priority to their feelings over your own well-being and losing emotional independence. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please do inform us from which city you are tuned in and which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with this interesting discussion. Now, let's talk about the third warning. Third warning sign is the compromise of your values or identity. A dangerous soul tie often lead you to sacrifice parts of yourself to maintain the connection. And you may notice your boundaries eroding and your principle shifting or your voice silenced. You agree to things you once stood against. Suppress your need to avoid conflict and begin to lose sight of who you truly are. Now let's discuss the fourth sign in a cycle of toxic attachment. Soul tie can trap you in repetitive pattern, breakup followed by reconciliations, promises followed by disappointments, and this cycle keeps you hooked even when the logic tells you to walk away. You return despite knowing the relationship is unhealthy, confusing intensity with love and mistaking drama for passion. And the connection feels addictive and you struggle to resist. Now, finally, let's come to the last one, which is definitely a warning, a sign, and is a sense of spiritual and energetic drain. So, beyond emotions, soul tie can manifest a heaviness. You may feel exhausted after spending time together and burdened rather than uplifted. Your peace of mind diminishes and which replaced by turmoils. And instead of growing, you feel actually stiffing as though your energy is being actually drained away. So recognizing these signs does not mean that you should fear every deep connection. Soul tie can be positive when rooted in love, respect, and mutual growth. But when they become unhealthy, awareness is the key to definitely to heal. And breaking free may require reflection, boundary setting, or spiritual practices to release the bond. So ultimately, your soul deserves freedom. It also deserves peace and relationship that nurture rather than bind. So you have to now. It's a time to think. So now let's come to the remedies of unhealthy karmic bonds. First is very crucial: awareness and acknowledgement. That is very, very crucial point, because the first step is recognizing that the bond for what it is, and also naming it as a karmic help you to stop confusion and intensity with love. Now, the second one is the kind of inner work and reflection. Like you have to really do introspection and ask yourself, what lesson is this relationship teaching you, or for that matter, teaching everybody? And then you can actually plan it, reshuffle it by meditation or guided reflection that can help the uncover the deeper purpose. The third one is, which is also very profound, which is setting boundaries. Karmic ties often thrive on blurred lines, and establishing clear emotional, physical, and spiritual boundaries is a way of reclaiming your energies. The fourth one is spiritual release practice. So many tradition recommend a ritual to cut or soften the karmic cords, and this can actually include the visualization of the energies and its ties, prayers or mantra for the release, and burning letters or symbolic item to signifies the closure. And then energy healing practices, Reiki, something like that. Now, the fifth one, which is forgiving and compassion. Forgiveness does not mean actually extending some kind of harm. It means that freeing yourself from the resentment. Compassion allows you to see the other person as a soul on their own journey. And sixth point, which is also again very crucial, which is seeking guidance. Because if sometimes you are not able to do few things by yourself, you are not able to judge, and where your judgment is also blurred, why not go and seek a professional guidance, spiritual guidance? Because sometimes the karmic ties are deeply embedded, and outside support definitely you require. And you may require a spiritual mentor, healer, therapist that will definitely help you. And later on, after that, is choosing growth over attachment. Ultimately, the remedies lies in choosing your path, in choosing your growth in your relationship. And it is the bond when it is toxic, it is definitely advisable to step out, which is definitely sometimes is a powerful act, and for yourself and for the person you love. So again, this is again a very crucial step. I hope all these remedies will benefit you, and if you try, and you can also ask questions regarding this. And now we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe, and also you can put your comments and you can ask question. I will definitely address them in the next one. So till then, take care. Bye.
Hello, friends, you're most welcome. Namaskaram. We all know that the chemical rockets have reached their physical limit, leaving Mars years away and stars completely out of reach. But what if we could replace the fire with the raw power of a miniature sun? By using superconducting magnetic nozzles to accelerate plasma to relativistic speed, we could finally turn science fiction into high speed reality. How this works? Let us explore this further. For the last 70 years, we have been trying to conquer the final frontier using essentially the same technology that powered the V2 rocket of the 1940s. We burn fuel, we push it out at the back, and we move forward. It's effective for getting us to the orbit or even to the moon, but as far as for the rest of the solar system, it is simply not enough. Chemical rockets have reached their physical limits. At our current speeds, Mars is a multi-month journey, and the stars, they are effectively out of reach. We are like explorers trying to cross the Atlantic Ocean in a canoe. But what if we could replace the fire with the raw power of a miniature sun? What if we could stop carrying our fuel and start creating our energy? This isn't just a dream anymore. By using superconducting magnetic nozzles to accelerate plasma to relativistic speed, we are finally turning science fiction into a high speed reality. So friends, welcome to the fusion revolution in space propulsion. To understand why we are stuck, you have to understand the tyranny of the rocket equation. It is the cruel law of physics that dictates how much fuel you need to lift as a payload, because chemical rockets are inherently inefficient. They are heavy, and because they are heavy, you need more fuel to lift the fuel. It is vicious cycle of diminishing returns, and you end up with a massive rocket which is 90% fuel tank, and only tiny fraction is actually the mission payload. Now compare that to a fusion drive. In a fusion reactor, you are fusing hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium, to release massive amount of energy, and this is the same process that lights up our sun. So if we capture even a fraction of that energy and focus it, we aren't just talking about faster rockets. We are talking about an entirely new class of space flights. We are talking about continuous acceleration. Imagine a ship that doesn't just burn once and coast for months. Imagine a ship that accelerates for weeks on end and coasting at speed that makes the outer planet looks like a weekend trip. So if the fusion is the engine, the magnetic nozzle is the transmission. This is where the real magic happens. In the normal engine, the exhaust, which is quite hot, is controlled by a solid physical nozzle made of metal or ceramic. But in a fusion reactor, the exhaust is plasma, an ionized gas so hot it would instantly vaporize any physical material it touched. So you cannot touch a miniature sun with a metal wall, definitely not. So how do we direct that energy to create the thrust? We use magnetism. By using massive superconducting magnets, we can create a magnetic bottle or a magnetic nozzle. We trap the superhot plasma inside the field of invisible high strength magnetic force. Think of it like a funnel. The magnetic field acts as an invisible wall, forcing the high-speed plasma to exit the engine in one single high-velocity stream. This in turn generates the massive amount of thrust required to push our spacecraft forward. We are essentially riding the solar wind we created ourselves. We aren't just pushing against the air, we are pushing against the fundamental force of the universe. Now, you might be asking, if this is so great, why don't we have it yet? Well, it is not the lack of theory. The physics of fusion propulsion is quite sound. The challenge is the engineering nightmare of scaling this up for a spacecraft. There are a few things that we need to take care of. First is the heat management. We are dealing with millions of degrees. Even with the magnetic containment, some heat will bleed through, keeping the ship from melting or keeping the superconducting magnets from warming up, and losing the superconductivity is a massive task. Next is a plasma stability. Plasma is famously difficult to control. It wants to twist, turn, and break free of its magnetic cage. Maintaining a stable, consistent stream for years of interstellar travel requires computing power and control systems that are still in their infancy. Next is the weight versus power. Our magnets currently are huge, heavy, and require massive cooling system. For an interstellar vessel, we need to drastically increase our power to weight ratio. But here is a good news. We are seeing breakthroughs. New high temperature superconducting materials are being developed right now that allow for smaller, lighter, and more powerful magnets that we ever thought possible. When we master the magnetic nozzle, we change everything. Mars won't be a 3-year mission, it will be a 3 months mission. The asteroid belt will be an industrial base, and Oort cloud, that will become our new frontier. We are currently the generation that is deciding whether we stay on a single planet and become a single planet species, or we are trapped by the weight of our own chemical fuel, or whether we become a truly interstellar civilization. The fusion revolution isn't coming in a 100 years. It's being calculated, engineered, and tested in labs right now. The fire of the star is within our reach. We just need to figure out how to point it in the right direction. So friends, thanks for watching. And if you want to want us to dive deeper into physics of how we might actually build these superconducting magnets, make sure to subscribe and let me know in the comments. If you could go to any other star system, where would you point your fusion drive to? I am more curious to know what people think about this. So friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one.
In the dawn of Vedic age, when human curiosity first turned towards the stars and the mystery of fire, one stage stood at the crossroad of spirituality and science. So we are talking about Rishi Angira. He became a pioneer of knowledge system that shaped Indian knowledge system and the thought that stayed for millennia. Angiras looked at fire not merely as a ritual but as a very essence of energy, transformative, purifying, and eternal. He listened to the sound not only as a chant but as a scientific medium, a carrier of wisdom across generation. He gazed the cosmos and saw order, symmetry, and proportion, principle that would echo in maths and astronomy long after his time. And above all, he taught that the body, mind, and universe were not separate realms, but a reflection of one harmonious whole. And in 2026, the contribution of Rishi Angira feels more relevant than ever because his teachings sit at the intersection of science, philosophy, and holistic living, exactly where the modern society is searching for balance. In the vast tapestry of India's spiritual and intellectual heritage, few figures stand out as bright as Rishi Angira. Counted among the Saptarishi, he was not only a seer of divine truth, but also a pioneer where the insight laid the foundation of astronomy and mathematics, and definitely the sound and how to actually handle the sound and the holistic philosophy. His legacy reminds us that the root of science and spirituality in India are deeply intertwined. So Angira is often described as the sage of fire. In Rig Veda, his hymn of Agni reveals a profound understanding of fire, not merely a physical phenomena, but as a universal principle of energy, transformation, and purification. Fire consume and transform, and also that. So it transform into kind of a energy, and it also into purifying, and in this whole process a renew idea that resonate with the modern science notion of energy conservation and thermodynamics. For Angira, the Agni or the fire was both a deity and a metaphor. The eternal flame that linked the material world with the cosmic order. His vision of fire as energy linked to the transformation and purification, and that even resonate today also, and we that also focus on renewable energy and sustainable practices. So Angira reminds us that the energy is not just a resource, but a principle of harmony. So today we are keen regarding energy and sustainability, aren't we? So, but Angira's vision extended far beyond fire. He was deeply engaged with the cosmos and observing the star and the cycle of time. His association with the Rishi constellation reflect the Vedic tradition of linking sage to celestial bodies. In this way, Angira helped establish astronomy not merely as a tool but for a ritual, but a science of cosmos rhythm. His teaching emphasized that the heavens were not distinct mystery, but a living pattern guiding human life. Now in 2026, with the space exploration and AI driven astronomy advancing rapidly, his emphasis on cosmos rhythm and the cycle offers a philosophical ground and seeing the universe not as a chaos but as an order pattern we have learned from. So, if you have reached please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on Angira, perhaps his most enduring contribution was in the realm of sound and knowledge transmission. So Angira recognized that the sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, was and they are actually more vibration. It's more a vibration, and it has a scientific medium for preserving and transmitting the wisdom. In the age before the writing, he developed the method of oral transmission that relied on rhythm, repetition, and precise articulation. And this system ensured that the Veda could be memorized and passed down flawlessly across a generation. So, in a modern term, Angira pioneered into science of memory, science of sound, and blending linguistic and phonics and the pedagogy into one. And even now in the age of digital communication, Angira's recognition of sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, as a scientific medium and that mirrors how we use data transmission today. His oral method of preserving knowledge and anticipating the importance of precision is definitely very much relevant in information system. So his hymn also reveal a fascinating with order, symmetry and proportion. So ritual were not a random act but carefully measured sequences reflecting mathematical precision, and this emphasis on structure influenced later in Indian tradition in maths, and where the proportion and the balance became the guiding principle. So in Angira's worldwide view, the maths was not an abstract. It was a language of harmony, in a way the mirror the cosmos into human practice. His focus on order, symmetry, and proportion aligned with the modern mathematics and coding and design thinking, where the structure and the balance are essential for innovation. So equally important was his teaching on balance between body, mind, and cosmos. So Angira saw human being as a microcosmos of universe. Just as a fire purifies and a star guide, so too our individual alignment in their inner energy of us and yours inner energies with the rhythm of nature. So this holistic vision foreshadowed the Ayurveda and other Indian science that emphasize equilibrium as the key of health and wisdom. Perhaps most importantly, his teaching that body, mind, and cosmos must remain in equilibrium and speaks directly to 2026 challenges of mental health and environment crisis and technological actually the overload. So, taken together, Angira's contribution form a remarkable legacy. He gave us the vision of fire as an energy, astronomy as a cosmic order, sound as a scientific transmission, and mathematics as a symmetry, and philosophy as a balance. So his work reminds us that science, spirituality were never separate in Vedic age. They were two sides of one quest for truth. So as we look back and as we analyze the teaching of Angira, we so in that context, Angira emerged not only as a sage but as scientist of soul and cosmos. His insights continue to inspire, urge us to see the universe not as a collection of isolated phenomena, but as a living, ordered whole. In his hymn, we hear the echoes of timeless truth that knowledge, whether spiritual or scientific, is a flame meant to illuminate, transform, and guide humanity towards harmony with the cosmos. So in Vedic dawn, the Angira lit the flame of knowledge, of science, where the fire becomes energy, sound becomes knowledge, and cosmos becomes order. So in the end, Rishi Angira emerged not as a sage of Vedic age, but a visionary who saw science and spirituality as two currents of same river. His hymn to fire reveals the energy as a principle of transformation and purification. His devotion to sound gave humanity a flawless system of oral knowledge transmission, ensuring the wisdom echo across the centuries. And his fascination with symmetry and proportions seeded the spirit of mathematics, while his gaze at the star aligned human life with the cosmos rhythm. What Angira taught us was simple yet profound. The body, the mind, and the cosmos are not separate realm, but reflection of the same kind of alignment, same as a kind of living, the way of living actually. So when we go forward about his teaching, I would also request you to send us the comments what you think, and if you want to add something on this in this context, please, we welcome your comments. So his vision was knowledge was not a possession but a flame meant to illuminate, purify, and guide. As we look back today, his legacy reminds us that the true wisdom lies in the balance and between energy, order, and between sound and silence, between the human and the cosmos. So please send, as I was requesting you, send your comments on this subject, and also please subscribe our channel for more insights to Indian spirituality, mythology. So see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज जुलाई 23 है और आज बृहस्पतिवार है, थर्सडे। तो आज का दिन आप सब जानते हैं कि भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान विष्णु की वंदना करके, स्तुति करके। तो एक छोटा सा मंत्र है, जो भगवान विष्णु के लिए हम रिसाइट करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़िए और इस मंत्र को रिसाइट करिए। तो चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं। पहले अपने हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और भगवान जी को याद करिए और उनका नमन करते हैं। अब हम आंख बंद करके 11 दफ़ा इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। मंत्र मैं पहले बता देता हूँ। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। बहुत ही आसान है। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। चलिए अब हाथ जोड़ लीजिए। हम शुरुआत करते हैं। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों हमारी आज की जो स्तुति है, जो पूजा है, वो समाप्त हुई। तो अब आपसे विदा लेते हैं इस वीडियो में, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ रहे इसी कामना के साथ। नमस्कार।
Hello friends, when we think of space weather, our mind instinctively turns towards sun. Its flares, its storms and its endless stream of solar wind. Yet, hidden in the plain sight, another force has been shaping the cosmos environment, and that is above us. Any idea? I'm just talking about lightning. The familiar crackles in the sky, once thought to be kind of earth-centric, earth storm is defined with the lightning, is now revealed as a messenger to the heavens. With each flash, electromagnetic whispers race upwards, weaving into ionosphere and beyond, and certainly altering the conditions that of satellites, astronauts and the global communication that depends upon. So this revelation actually sparked by a small but mighty NASA satellite, and which reframes the lightning not as a spectacle, but which is definitely earlier it was considered as a local spectacles, but now as a global player in the theater of space. It is a reminder that the storm outside your window is not just a weather, it is a part of a revolution, and it's how we understand that the delicate balance between earth and the cosmos.
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, or inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers for these airy and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines, and in doing so they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation belts and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced, kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So, by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between the sky and cosmos, and that these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made a lot of difference, you know. So, and this revolution is not merely scientific, it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transforms every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long-term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So what is certain is that the spark has been lit. And a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In 2026, as humanity navigates in an era defined by artificial intelligence, quantum computing and digital economics, it is striking to realize that most advanced systems will rest upon the foundation laid nearly 1400 years ago by Brahmagupta. His recognition of zero as a number, his rules for negative values, his algebraic formulations are not a relic of antiquity, but living principle embedded in every algorithm, blockchain and ledger and machine learning model today. When we speak of data science and or when we speak of coding language that drives modern innovations, we are echoing Brahmagupta's vision of mathematics as a universal language, now capable of describing both void and infinite. So, in the world where the billions of calculations occur every second, Brahmagupta's insight actually reminds us that the progress is always built upon the courage of pioneers who dare to redefine the possible.
Now, in the 7th century CE, amid of intellectual ferment of ancient India, a brilliant mind emerged, and that is also from the city of Ujjain, and his name was Brahmagupta, one of the greatest mathematicians in history. His work did not merely redefine the existing knowledge, it also transformed the very foundation of mathematics. To speak of Brahmagupta is not the kind of we are speaking of birth of algebra as a discipline. We are also actually mentioning the formalization of negative numbers and the revolutionary introduction of zero as both symbol and as a number. So Brahmagupta's magnum opus is very, very profound, and he's also written in his book, which is Brahmagupta Siddhanta, which was early 628 CE and was a text that combined astronomy with mathematics, but its mathematical section becomes timeless. So, in this treatise, he articulated the rules of arithmetic operations involving zero and negative numbers. The concept that had baffled scholars for centuries, and that is something which still we actually enjoy doing while doing maths. He declared that the subtracting a number from itself yield zero. That zero added to a number leaves it unchanged, and that zero multiplied by any number is zero. So these may sound obvious today, but in his era, they were ground-breaking formulation that gave mathematics a new logic and consistency. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward about this magnificent personality, which is his name is Brahmagupta. So equally the revolutionary was his treatment of negative numbers. While earlier tradition often dismissed the negative as meaningless, but Brahmagupta recognized them as a debt. In contrast to the positive number as fortunes, he laid down the rule that debt minus zero is a debt. A fortune minus zero is fortune, and the product of two debt is a fortune. So this conceptual clarity allowed algebra to flourish and paving way to most equations that could handle a wider range of values. So Brahmagupta also advanced algebraic methods. He described a solution to quadratic equations and that introduction of the rules for dealing with unknowns, and even touched upon what we now call intermediate equation. So his systematic approach to algebra was centuries ahead of its time, influencing mathematicians across culture, from Islamic Golden Age to Renaissance of Europe. So beyond algebra, Brahmagupta's insight extended to geometry and astronomy. He provided formulas for areas of cyclic quadrilaterals and improved a method for calculating eclipse and refined the planetary models. Yet, his enduring legacy remains the elevation of zero from placeholder to a full-fledged number, a conceptual leap that enables the decimal system and modern mathematics. What makes Brahmagupta's contribution so profound is not just the technical brilliance, but the philosophical depth. In the recognizing zero, he also acknowledged the void as a mathematical entity, a symbol of nothingness that paradoxically becomes the cornerstone of everything. So his vision bridges the abstract and the practical, ensuring that mathematics could describe both the heavens above and the transactions of daily life. Today, every equation that balances, every algorithm that runs, every digital system that encodes information owes a debt to Brahmagupta's genius. He was not merely a mathematician of antiquity, he was a pioneer who gave humanity the tool to think beyond limits, to embrace the infinite, and to calculate the impossible. So, as we reflect Brahmagupta's legacy, it becomes clear that his genius was not confined to the 7th century. It continues to shape the very fabric of our modern world. By formalizing the rules of zero, negative numbers, and algebraic operation, he gave humanity a language of balance and precision that underpins everything from the financial system to the artificial intelligence. His vision transformed the abstract ideas into tools of calculations, bridging the philosophy and the practicality in a way that still resonate today. In 2026, when algorithm drives economies, when quantum computer explore the boundaries of possibilities, and when the AI models learn through the billions of equations, we are reminded that these marvels rest upon the foundation Brahmagupta laid. His courage to nothingness and to embrace the paradox of negative was not just a mathematical breakthrough, it was philosophical revolution. So closing this story on Brahmagupta, but Brahmagupta stands as a timeless pioneer, a thinker who proved that even the emptiness of zero could become the cornerstone of infinite progress. His work is not just a history, it is a pulse of every calculation we make today. So please send us your comments on this subject. Subscribe to our channel for more insight to know about spirituality and mythology in a scientific way. See you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, let us look at the map of the universe, specifically certain voids. In space, that should have hold 2000 galaxies at least as a minimum estimate. There is only an impossible, terrifying nothingness in a void known as the Boots void. But what if those stars aren't missing? What if something has simply turned off the light by wrapping them in Dyson spheres? Let's go and explore this further. Namaskaram friends, welcome to this video. When we look around in the universe, we see a pattern. It's a grand sprawling web of light. Galaxies are not scattered at random. They are woven together by the gravity into massive cosmic filaments, separated by vast stretches of empty space. For decades, astronomers have mapped this web, expecting a predictable rhythm, a balance of matter, and of course, it has voids as well. But in 1981, a team of astronomers stumbled across something that broke the rule. Deep in the northern sky, near the constellation Boots, a region of space so profoundly empty that it left scientists questioning the laws of cosmology. It is called today as Boots void, and it is hauntingly large. It is a sphere of absolute nothingness stretching 250 million light years across. To put that into perspective, light takes a quarter of a billion years just to cross from one side of to the other. If our Milky Way sat at the exact center of the Boots void, humans wouldn't have discovered other galaxies until 1960. We would have looked out into the night sky and believed we were entirely alone in a dark, empty universe. Because by all the laws of physics and the standard model of cosmos, this region shouldn't be empty at all. In space, this colossal static dictate that there should be roughly 2000 galaxies. Instead, we find barely 60. Something in the Boots void isn't just missing. Something went through and cleared the neighborhood, or worse, something turned the light off. When the astronomer Robert Krishna and his colleagues first discovered the void, the scientific community was stunned. They called it the Great Void and immediately went to work trying to explain it. Naturally, science turned first to the natural explanations. The most popular theory is that the Boots void is a cosmic bubble. In the early universe, smaller voids could have merged together, sweeping matter outwards like a celestial snowplow, leaving a massive hollow bubble behind. Over billions of years, gravity would slowly pull galaxies back into the edges, but the center would remain a desert. It's a neat theory, it works on paper, but it has a massive mathematical problem, and that is the timeline. Astrophysicists run the numbers to see how long it would take for void of that scale to clear out naturally. The answer? It would take far longer than the current age of the universe. The universe simply hasn't existed long enough for a natural void of this magnitude to form and clear out so cleanly. And that brings us to terrifying pivot and a point in modern astrophysics. When the natural explanation failed to fit the data, scientists are forced to look at the edge of the map, They are forced to consider the unnatural. What if those stars aren't missing because they were pushed away? What if they are missing because we cannot see them anymore? What if something has wrapped them in darkness? To understand how an entire region of space could be hidden, we have to talk about an advanced civilization, how advanced civilization consumes the energy. So, friends, in 1964, Soviet astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev proposed a method of measuring a civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy they are able to use. So let's look at all these levels one by one. Type 1 civilization use all the energy available at its home planet. We humans are currently sitting at around 0.73 because we aren't fully on the chart yet. We have not learned to use the full potential of our planet yet. Type 2 civilization, however, is a different beast entirely. They have mastered their entire solar system. To harness the full output of their star, they wouldn't build solar panels on the planet's surface. They would build megastructures, which is also known as the Dyson spheres. A Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that completely encompasses a star, capturing a massive percentage of its solar output. But a Dyson sphere comes with a fatal thermodynamical flaw, which is waste heat. If you capture all that light, laws of thermodynamics dictate that you must radiate heat back out into space as infrared radiation. Except, what if a civilization evolved past that limitation? What if they engineered a way to trap, redirect, or completely mask that thermal signature? Or what if they didn't just build a sphere around a star? What if they build a network of structures that effectively clock thousands of stars simultaneously? Now scale that concept up. Move from single star to an entire cluster. Move from cluster to a sector of space containing thousands of galaxies. Welcome to the realm of Type 3 civilizations, which are also known as masters of the galaxies. This brings us to the one of the most radical fringe hypotheses in modern astrobiology, which is also known as the Great Shell. Imagine a civilization that has expanded across thousands of galaxies. As they grew, they realized that universe was a hostile place, governed by silent terror of Fermi paradox. To protect themselves or to execute a galaxy-wide engineering project of an unimaginable scale, they began an industrial campaign unlike anything we can fathom. What if the boot's void isn't empty space at all? What if it is a massive enclosing sphere of a dense web of overlapping Dyson networks? Think about it from an observational standpoint. How do we find galaxies millions of light years away? We look at their light, their optical emissions, their infrared glows, and their X-ray signatures. If an ancient hyper-advanced civilization enclosed thousands of galaxies behind an opaque energy harvesting shell, what would our telescope see? Nothing. They would see a void, a region of absolute darkness where light goes in but nothing comes out. To a primitive species looking at through primitive optical and radio telescope millions of years later, the sector of space would look like a cosmic anomaly, a glitch in the matrix of the universe. They wouldn't see the megastructures, they would only see the absence of what used to be there. Why would anyone build something so vast? Why hide an entire section of the universe? The answer might lie in the dark forest theory. The chilling solution to the Fermi paradox, which suggests that the universe is filled with life, but every intelligent civilization keeps its head down and hide in the dark. In this view, the cosmos is a hostile wilderness. The first civilization to shout out its location is the first one to be eradicated by a predator it never saw coming. If a civilization reaches out, which is a type 3 status, they may realize that the ultimate survival strategy isn't expansion, it is the concealment. When we look at the boot's void, we comfort ourselves by calling it a natural anomaly. We build computer models of gas dynamics and dark matter, desperate to prove that universe is empty by accident rather than empty by design. Because the alternative is too terrifying to contemplate, the alternative means that we are looking at the footprint of God-like intelligence. It means that the silence of the void isn't the absence of life, it is the sound of something monstrously powerful whispering, keep quiet, they might hear you. What do you think is hiding in the dark? Is the boot void just a quirk of cosmic physics, or we are staring blindly at the greatest alien megastructure ever built? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Hit the subscribe button if you want to keep exploring the dark corners of the universe. And friends, always keep looking up. See you in the next one. Hello friends. The big question today that we need to address is that has the oil market just entered a new era of volatility? Very profound question because it affects guys like you and me. And therefore in this video we are going to understand and analyze the historic shift for the global energy. After the UAE has officially exited OPEC Plus as of May 1st, 2026, following this departure, 7 core OPEC Plus members, including Saudi and Russia, have announced an output increase and taking it to 188,000 barrels per day. And this is for June. But the Strait of Hormuz is still impacted because of the regional conflict. So are they preparing for some new opportunities in month of June? And what is going on here? Let us discuss this further. The unthinkable just happened in the world of global energy. As of May 1st, 2026, the UAE, United Arab Emirates, the cartel third largest producer, has officially walked away from OPEC Plus. This isn't just a policy disagreement, it's a fundamental divorce that has left the world's most powerful energy alliance completely fractured. But here is the real shocker. Within 48 hours of UAE departure, the remaining members of OPEC Plus met virtually and announced an immediate output increase, taking it to 188,000 barrels per day for month of June. Why would OPEC Plus increase supply the moment one of its biggest players left? Is this a desperate move to show that they still call the shots? Or is the world heading towards a massive oil glut? Today we are going to break down the UAE exit, the new production target, and why the global oil uncertainty is at the record high. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. First, we have to understand why the UAE left. For years, there has been simmering tension between Abu Dhabi and Riyadh. The UAE has invested over 150 billion into its state-owned oil company known as ADNOC to boost production capacity to 5 million barrels per day by 2027. However, under the OPEC Plus quotas, they were stuck producing around 3.6 million barrels. The UAE Energy Minister and the entire ministry finally called it a strategic imperative. They wanted the flexibility to produce what they want, when they want, especially to fund their transition to a post-oil economy. And therefore, with all this drama unfolding, what is the impact? The impact is because the UAE has left, UAE has also exited QOPEC, the Organization of the Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries. They are essentially betting on themselves. They have become completely independent as an oil producer. As an independent player, they can now negotiate bilateral deals with countries like India or Germany without waiting for a green light from a committee in Vienna. On Sunday, which is May 3rd, the new OPEC Plus met for the first time without the UAE. The result, a collective decision to raise output by 188,000 barrels per day in June. This is the third consecutive monthly increase, but there is a catch. This hike is actually smaller than 206,000 barrels per day increase we saw in May. Why? Because the UAE share has been completely removed from the calculation. The 7 countries, including this charge, and they're calling the shots, are Saudi, Russia, which are the two big heavy hitters, Iraq, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Algeria, and Oman. And there are analysts who are now calling this move as symbolic. OPEC Plus want to signal to the market that the alliance is still stable and that they are gradually unwinding their voluntary cuts they started back in 2023. Now, you might be thinking, if they are pumping more oil, shouldn't the price be dropping? Well, it's complicated. Since the conflict involving Iran began on February 28, the Strait of Hormuz has been effectively restricted. This is the world's most critical choke point. Even if the OPEC says they are increasing production on paper, those barrels can't easily reach the global market if the shipping lanes are blocked. Because of this, the Brent crude is still sitting near $108 per barrel. The US WTI is around $101 per barrel. Both are up nearly 78% since the start of 2026. The only thing keeping prices from going even higher is a recent peace proposal from Iran, which gave the market a tiny bit of hope at the end of the last week. So where does this leave us? OPEC Plus is now a 21-member group, and its influence is arguably at its lowest point in a decade. The UAE exit has created a fundamental challenge to the cartel's ability to balance the market. If the Strait of Hormuz reopens, the UAE is poised to flood the market with their 5 million barrel capacity, which could lead to a massive price crash. But for now, OPEC Plus is trying to maintain the illusion of control with these modest 188,000 barrel hike. The bottom line is the oil unit we have known for years is gone. We are entering an era of every nation for itself. So what do you think, friends? Will the UAE exit lead to lower prices at the pump, or will the regional conflict keep the energy cost high for rest of 2026? Let me know what are your thoughts and also your opinion, and if you have any questions. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the global energy market, and I will see you in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game, and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello, friends. I'm sure you might have seen the SpaceX launch news a couple of days back. But did you know that the SpaceX just launched its most powerful Starship mega rocket yet? And therefore, today we are going to discuss this historic flight test, which culminated in a spectacular fiery splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Did the Starship pass its ultimate test, or was it a catastrophic failure? In this video, we break down the entire mission from the mind-blowing liftoff powered by 33 Raptor engines to the intense atmospheric re-entry plasma that pushed the spacecraft to its limits. Let's go. What are you looking isn't a catastrophic failure. It is the exact moment the largest, most powerful rocket ever built by humanity slammed into Indian Ocean and erupted into spectacular ball of fire. But here is a crazy part. Inside the SpaceX mission control, people weren't, crying. They were actually roaring with delight. Elon Musk immediately took the X to declare it, an epic milestone, telling his team, "You scored a goal for humanity." So, friends, welcome back, and all the space fans. SpaceX has officially launched flight number 12 of its massive Starship rocket system. But this wasn't just any test. This was highly anticipated debut of the Starship version 3 V3, or a souped up version of the same Starship. Heavily redesigned mega rocket designed to completely dwarf its predecessors. It carried a real payload, pushed its engine to absolute breaking point, and ended with a blinding plasma fueled inferno over the ocean. Was this a roaring success that put us closer to the Mars, or a multi-million-dollar glitch fest? Let's break down exactly what happened during the Starship wildest flight yet. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why this flight was such a big deal, we have to look at the hardware. Up until recently, SpaceX was flying its older space skimming prototypes. But Flight 12 introduced the world to the third generation Starship V3. When fully stacked on the brand new which is Pad 2 at the Starbase, Texas, this monster stands at mind-boggling 407 feet tall. That's over 124 meters. It eclipses the older models and pack even more, much more engine and bigger thrust. SpaceX essentially re-engineered the whole vehicle. They swapped out the old steering fins for fewer but much bigger and stronger grid fins to steer the booster home. They overhauled the computer power and added more cameras and built a massive internal fuel transfer line to feed the ravenous thirst of its 33 Raptor engines. To give you an idea of the scale, that fuel line alone is the size of an entire Falcon 9 rocket booster. The stakes of this launch could not have been higher. Just 2 days prior, Elon Musk shocked the financial world by announcing plans to take SpaceX public, what could be the largest IPO in history. After the technical glitch with a hydraulic pin or the launch tower scrubbed, which is the during the Thursday's attempt, engineers worked overnight on Friday, which is May 22nd, 2026. The countdown ticked to zero. At 5:30 p.m. local Texas time, the night sky lit up as the Super Heavy booster roared to life, unleashing a staggering 16 million pound of thrust, and liftoff from South Texas was clean, stable, and absolutely beautiful. But the space is hard, and the anomalies didn't wait long to show up. As the rocket soared past hypersonic speed, things began to get sweaty in the mission control. Starship upper stage relies on its Raptor engine to achieve its precise orbital trajectory. But during the initial burn, one of the main engine malfunctioned and cut out early. Because of this engine failure, Starships didn't quite make to its intended textbook orbit. SpaceX spokesperson Don Huot put it bluntly during the live stream, and the quote starts, "I wouldn't call it a nominal orbital insertion. However, the Starship onboard computers are smart. Remaining engine compensated, keeping the trajectory well within the bounds of the safety limits. The ship was flying hurt, but it was still flying." Then came the most visually stunning moment of the launch, which is hot stagging. At the fringes of the space upper stage, Starship ignited its engine while still attached to the booster. Blinding torrent of plasma blasted through its nozzles, and the two vehicles cleanly broke apart. So there was a ring in between, which, because of this high pressure of plasma, the vehicle basically became broke into two. With the ship's safety on its way, all eyes turned to Super Heavy booster. Now SpaceX wasn't planning to catch the booster with giant mechanical chopsticks, which is the arm on this flight. They were aiming for a precision controlled landing burn over Gulf of Mexico. But the booster was angry. As it plunged back through the atmosphere, the multiple engine failed to reignite for the planned boost back burn. Deprived of its braking power, the multi-million-dollar booster fell entirely out of control and exploded mid-air before obliterating itself in the Gulf of Mexico. A total loss of booster, but the main event was still orbiting 120 miles above our head. While its booster was at the bottom of the Gulf, the Starship V3 was coasting partways around the world on a near global journey, and for the first time, it had a real job to do. Starship successfully opened its payload door, deployed 20 mock Starlink satellites into the vacuum of space. Even cooler, SpaceX deployed two specialized camera-equipped mini probes to float alongside the Starship, filming its thermal heat shield to see how it would handle the terrifying heat of re-entry. An hour after launch, Starship began its descent over the Indian Ocean, just off the coast of Western Australia. This is where the magic and the fire happens. Plunging belly first at 25 times the speed of sound, spacecraft was engulfed in a punishing envelope of superheated plasma. Amazingly, despite the earlier engine failure, the Starship executed a complex flip maneuver, keeping itself upright and under seemingly full control. As it neared the water, it fired its landing engines, plummeted upright into the sea, toppled over, and instantly erupted into a massive ball of fire and heavy smoke. It was quite violent, fiery, and it was also an incredible machine. So let's address the elephant in the room now. If the booster blew up in the air and the ship exploded in the ocean, why is everyone calling this a win? Because in the aerospace development, hardware is meant to be pushed until it breaks. SpaceX never intended to recover either stage on this flight. The goal was data. They successfully tested the V3 upgrades, survived the hot stagging, and deployed the payload and successfully guided a bleeding damaged spacecraft to a precise ocean splashdown under controlled environment. NASA is currently paying SpaceX billions of dollars to turn this exact rocket into lunar lander for upcoming Artemis mission. So racing against Jeff Bezos, which is the Blue Origin, and China's to put boots on the moon. Flight 12 proved that even when things go wrong, Starship's core architecture is incredibly robust. Every fiery explosion gets SpaceX closer to fully reusable rocket that will change space travel forever. So friends, what do you think of Starship V3 fiery debut? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to smash that like button, hit subscribe for more breaking space updates, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, the month was June, year was 2024. NASA's Curiosity rover accidentally crushed a rock in the Gale crater on Mars, revealing something scientists never expected, and that was pure elemental sulfur. While sulfur is common on Mars in compounds, finding it in its native form has a massive implication, not just for Martian geology, but for how we understand the resource scarcity on Earth. Let us go and discuss this further. Nearly 2 years ago, in month of June, NASA Curiosity rover was doing what it does best, exploring the channels in the Gale crater. It was just another day on the red planet until the rover 6-ton frame rolled over a seemingly ordinary rock. The rock cracked, but instead of a usual red dust, Curiosity camera sent back something that made scientists at NASA jump out of their seats. Inside the shattered stone was a cluster of bright yellow crystals, pure elemental sulfur. Now you might be thinking, so what? We have sulfur on Earth. But here is the thing. While Mars is covered in sulfates, which is sulfur mixed with other elements, scientists had never seen a pure sulfur on the planet before. It wasn't supposed to be there. This discovery was a geological impossible find. But while the scientists are geeking out over the chemistry, energy analysts back on Earth starting doing a different kind of math, because right now in 2026 sulfur isn't just a yellow rock. It has become one of the most critical material for the future of our planet's energy. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. To understand why a rock on Mars matters to your power bill, we have to look at what's happening on Earth right now. Well, there is a global crisis, especially in 2026, especially related to sulfur. For decades, we took sulfur for granted. On Earth, we didn't mine sulfur directly anymore. We get it as a byproduct of refining oil and natural gas. But as the world shifts towards green energy, we are refining less fossil fuel. At the same time, demand is skyrocketing. In early 2026, we hit a triple supply shock. Number one, Middle East conflict. Blockades in the Strait of Hormuz have cut off 45% of the world's seaborne sulfur trade. Number two, export bans. Major producers like Russia, China, and Turkey have extended export bans to protect their own domestic supply. Number three, the price spike. In just the last few months, sulfur price have surged by nearly 40% in the US and over 70% in some of the Asian markets. In Indonesia and in the DRC, the cost to process the metal we need for batteries has now nearly doubled because sulfur, specifically sulfuric acid, has become so expensive. We are in a structural bull market for sulfur that most people didn't see coming. This is where the Martian discovery gets interesting. Why do we need so much sulfur? It's not just for the fertilizers anymore. It's for the holy grail of energy storage, which is lithium sulfur batteries, LIS. The standard lithium ion battery are great, but they are reaching their physical limits. LIS batteries, which is lithium sulfate, however, are the next frontier. They can potentially hold 5 times more energy than the batteries in your phone or Tesla today. NASA themselves have been developing these for Mars mission because they are lighter and much more powerful. But there is a catch to making these batteries at a global scale. We need massive, stable supply of highly purified sulfur. And right now, Earth supply is shrinking just as the battery demand is accelerating with dual engines. When Curiosity found a literal field of pure sulfur on Mars, it proved that the universe can create massive concentrated deposits of this material without the need for the biological life or petroleum based refining. Now, I'm not saying that we are going to start shipping sulfur back from Mars tomorrow. The shipping cost would be astronomical. But the discovery changes the Martian economy. If humans are going to live on Mars, we need in situ resource utilization, or ISRU. This means using what's already there. Before this find, we thought that we had to bring sulfur from Earth or go through a complex chemical processing to get it to what we needed. Now we know there are literal piles of yellow gold just sitting on the surface. For batteries, we could build energy storage on Mars using local materials. For rocket fuel, sulfur can be a key component in chemical processing. For agriculture, Martian greenhouses will need sulfur-based fertilizers to grow food. This discovery effectively de-risks the cost of human expansion. It turns Mars from a scientific curiosity into a viable industrial outpost. So how does the Curiosity sulfur find shake Earth market? It serves as a massive wake-up call. It reminds us that the sulfur is no longer just a byproduct or a waste material. It is now a critical energy material. The fact that NASA is finding pure sulfur on another planet while we are struggling with sulfur squeeze here on Earth highlights a massive shift in our global economy. Companies are no longer looking at sulfur as a cost item. They are looking at it as an investment item. We are seeing a move towards solid state batteries and recycling technologies that treat sulfur as a precious resource. Curiosity's happy accident in Gale crater isn't just a win for geology. It is a glimpse into future where the resources of the red planet might just be the blueprint for the survival of the green planet. The next time you look at the Mars, don't just see a desert, see a laboratory, see as a mine, and see the fuel for the next century of human progress. I'm CK. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello, friends. What happens when the world's most powerful firm trade their algorithm for ancient philosophy? We are dissecting the high-stake friction between ruthless efficiency and the human need for meaning. It is July 2026 and the era of silicon-driven productivity has hit a wall. To survive this year's market shift, the world's most powerful CEO are bridging the gap between high-tech metrics and the human-centric wisdom. Discover how redefining modern leadership through the purpose rather than mere data points is the only way to build a future-proof corporate culture. So let's find out more about this. In the early years of a digital revolution, algorithms were hailed as the ultimate arbiter of efficiency. They promised precision, speed, and the elimination of human error. Corporations invested billions in predictive analytics, machine learning model, and automated decision system, and they were convinced that the future of strategy lay in the cold logic of computation. Yet, as the dust of technological euphoria settles, a new reality is emerging, and that is human capital. The creativity, the intuitions, and the adaptability of people is outperforming the algorithm in the most critical arena of strategy. The shift began with the recognition that the algorithm, while powerful, are bounded by the data they consume. They excel at pattern recognition but flatter when they're confronted with the ambiguity and or novelty or maybe ethical complexity. Human being, by contrast, thrives in uncertainty. So a strategy which who is in navigating the volatile market, geopolitical upheavals, and cultural shift cannot rely solely on historical data sets. So they must interpret the signals, the imagine possibilities, and craft narratives that inspire collective actions. So this is where the human capital assert its superiority. So in the ability to connect dots that machine cannot see, or maybe, and to imbue the decision with the meaning that algorithm cannot generate. So consider the realm of leadership. Algorithm can optimize supply chain or forecast consumers' behavior, but they cannot galvanize a workforce around a shared vision. So leaders who harness the empathy, storytelling, and the moral conviction create momentum that no machine can replicate. So the pandemic underscored this truth. Organizations that thrived were not those with the most sophisticated predictive model, but those whose leader communicated trust, adapted policies with compassion, and empowered the team to innovate under pressure. So human capital became the decisive factor in resilience. Creativity is another domain where the human outperform. Algorithm can remix existing ideas. But genuine breakthrough, whether in art or in science or in entrepreneurship, spring from the human capacity to dream beyond constraints. So the innovation of the electric car, or the rise of social enterprise, or the fusion of ancient wisdom with modern leadership practices are not a product of algorithm, and it cannot be calculated by algorithms. So they are the fruit of imagination, risk taking, and the courage that defy conventions. So in this sense, human capital is not merely outperforming our algorithm. It is also redefining the very boundaries of progress. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in, and this will definitely help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now continue with our discussion. Now comes the kind of a question of ethics and value. Now, ethics and value further highlight the limit of automation. Algorithm can recommend action, but they cannot actually find out the moral consequences. Should a company prioritize the profit over sustainability? Should a government deploy surveillance technology at the cost of privacy? So these are not computational questions, they are human dilemmas. The strategy shift acknowledge the decision of consequences must be grounded in values, and only human judgment can navigate the terrain of responsibility. So in fact, the most forward-thinking organizations are embedding the ethic officers, diversity actually companion. They are appointing diversity companions and cultural stewards into their strategy team role that algorithm cannot fulfill. So the irony is that the triumph of human capital does not diminish the importance of algorithm. Instead, it reframes them as a tool rather than the masters. So algorithm provide insight, but human decide which insight matters. Machine accelerate the processes, but human determines the decision of continue with that kind of way or decision, maybe a direction of travel. The strategy shift is not about rejecting a technology. It is about reclaiming the agency. It is about recognizing that the ultimate competitive advantage lies not in faster computation, but in a deeper connection between people, ideas, and value. This shift also signals a new era of organizational design. Companies are investing less in rigid automation and more in cultivating the adaptive talent. So, training programs emphasize critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and cross disciplinary collaboration. So, recruitment strategies giving priority to diverse of perspective, knowing the innovation that flourishes at the intersection of differences. So the workplace is being reimagined as a lab of human potential, where algorithms serve as an assistant, not as the architects. So the implication ripple outward. In education, curriculum are evolving to balance digital literacy with humanistic inquiry. In governance, the policymakers are learning that the algorithm regulation must be tempered by public dialogue and ethical foresight. So in culture, the stories that resonate are not those of machine conquering the humanity, but the humanity reclaiming the role as an author of destiny. So the narrative is shifting from human versus algorithm to human beyond algorithm. So ultimately, the strategy shift is a reminder of that what makes us as a human. So algorithm can calculate, but they cannot care. They can predict, but they cannot hope. So they can optimize, but they cannot dream. So human capital outperform because it transcends the measurable. It brings to strategy that intangible forces of imagination, empathy, and the moral courage. And in the world where the uncertainty is only a certainty, and those forces are not luxuries but necessities. The future strategy then is not a contest between human and machine. It is a partnership in which the algorithm handles the mechanics while the human shapes the meaning. The organization that will lead tomorrow are those that understands this balance. So they invest in the technology, but more importantly, invest in people. For in the end, it is human capital, that living, breathing, dreaming essence of humanity that outperform the outlast and outshine the algorithm. So lesson of this era is very clear. Algorithm may calculate the probabilities, but it is human capital that defines possibilities. Strategies are no longer about who has the fastest machine or the deepest data set. It is about who can imagine, inspire, and adapt. So the organization that will endure are those that treat technology as an ally, not as a replacement, a place where the greatest investment in people. For in the grand contest between code and consciousness, it is the human spirit, curious, creative, and courageous, that ultimately outperform. So future belongs not to the algorithm, but to the strategies who knows how to wield it while never surrendering the irreplaceable power of human judgment. So what do you think about this? And please post your comments on this topic. Also, kindly like and subscribe our channel. So we'll meet in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye.